Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues, good morning to you all. My name is Michiko Enomoto. I'm a deputy head of the ESCAP, Sub-Regional Office for North and Central Asia. I am the moderator of this session. I would like to start by extending a warm welcome to everyone and express our gratitude for joining us for this special event, namely understanding the impact of consecutive crises of the effectiveness of international transport and supply chains in landlocked developing countries in the Euro-Asian region. I would like to lack of territorial access to the sea, isolation from world markets, and high transit costs erode landlocked developing countries' competitiveness. It discourages foreign and domestic investments and hampers economic growth. As discussed yesterday, it is essential for all the landlocked developing countries to have effective cross-border transport systems and supply chains. However, global transport and supply chains have been hit by multiple challenges in recent years. The COVID-19 pandemic from early 2020 onwards caused shipping and supply chain turmoil. Furthermore, geopolitical crises further blocked ports and wrecked transit routes. At the same time, it is noteworthy that the decarbonization and digitalization of the transport sector is progressing. This roundtable will discuss three main topics. First, we will discuss on national and international experiences on regional versus global sourcing, the role of the transport sector as a whole, and the role of the inland transport. Second, we will discuss the resilience of transport network and nodes in support of regional versus global sourcing. Our discussion may also include resilience to climate change hazard, geopolitical emergencies, as well as future pandemics. Third, we will discuss the impact of digitalization and innovation efforts on transport sector and supply chain management in Euro-Asian landlocked developing countries. I now would like to invite Ms. Gladys Mutangadura to deliver the opening remarks. Ms. Mutangadura is a Senior Program Officer of the United Nations Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Development States. Ms. Mutangadura, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Office of the High Representative for Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States, and the co-organizers of this event, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, I would like to warmly welcome you to this special event on understanding the impact of consecutive crises on the effectiveness of international transport and supply chains in landlocked developing countries in the Euro-Asia region. Thank you for being here this early morning. As you are all aware, the landlocked developing countries are already confronted with complex development challenges emanating from their geography, and these affect their ability to attract investment and structurally transform their economy, as we have heard. The impact of the consecutive crisis of COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, extreme weather events, persistent debt burden, geopolitical tensions, and the global macroeconomic downturn have further compounded the pre-existing structural challenges which landlocked developing countries face, eroding some of the hard-won achievements of the past decade. We heard from speakers yesterday that the COVID-19 pandemic worsened the border and transit restrictions and had a significant impact on landlocked developing countries' trade. The pandemic disrupted global supply chains, leading to shipment delays and high shipping costs from mid-2020 to end of 2022. Shipping costs rose from about US 1,300 in November 2019 to a record price of nearly 10,400 per 40-foot container in September 2021. Although the global freight rates are now close to pre-pandemic levels, we now have an understanding of the extent of the impact of at global and national level, particularly on the transport of essential commodities like food and medicine. The impact of climate change and disasters on transport connectivity for landlocked developing countries is also alarming. At COP27, we co-organized a side event with the chair of the group of landlocked developing countries and anchored on promoting resilience and sustainability of transport systems in landlocked developing countries. During this side event, we heard about how climate change extreme weather events were directly damaging transport infrastructure in landlocked developing countries. Yesterday, we also heard about the case of Mongolia, where the infrastructure was damaged or lost following extreme weather disaster. In addition to these challenges, there is the debt crisis, which is causing diversion of resources from investing into robust transport systems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we need to find long-lasting solutions to prepare for the future crisis. I will highlight 3 potential solutions that cumulatively could go a long way in building the resilience of landlocked developing countries' transport connectivity systems for future crises. First, to fully leverage their trade potentials, there is need for enhanced investment in climate and disaster-resilient infrastructure in landlocked countries. Landlocked developing countries have a large infrastructure gap, and they therefore need enhanced financing from all sources, including domestic resources, bilateral and multilateral donors, international financial institutions, regional development banks, and multilateral development banks. Second, we have all learned from the COVID-19 pandemic that increased digitalization and use of contactless technologies is critically important for faster movement along the corridors. These initiatives need to be scaled up to make a bigger impact. Finally, the landlocked developing countries need both well-designed comprehensive short-term and long-term debt relief intervention and support measures on debt sustainability. It is also important to link debt sustainability and climate finance support to transport connectivity through tailor-made arrangements such as debt for development and debt for climate swaps. Ladies and gentlemen, at OHR LLS, we have been collaborating with partner organizations to raise awareness on the importance of these issues to landlocked developing countries. The third United Nations Conference for Landlocked Developing Countries, to be held in June 2024 in Kigali, Rwanda, offers a great opportunity to further enhance international support towards the sustainable development of landlocked developing countries. The outcome of our discussions in this special event today will form substantive inputs to the preparations for the conference. I thank you all once again and look forward to a productive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mutangadura, for your opening remarks. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Roel Janssen. He's the secretary to the Working Party on Transport Trends and Economic Sustainable Transport Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Mr. Janssen will make a brief introduction to the issue. Mr. Janssen, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to join you, Mrs. Enomoto, and also Mrs. Mutakandura, in welcoming all of you to this special side event titled "Understanding the Impact of Consecutive Crises on the Effectiveness of International Transport and Supply Chains in LLDCs in the Euro-Asian region." And indeed, this side event is co-organized by two United Nations regional commissions, ESCAP and ECE, together with OHR LLS. So it's really a joint endeavor. Now, let me start by emphasizing the timeliness of our today's discussions. Indeed, as was already pointed out, over the last couple of years, our international transport system, and by extension, our entire global value and supply chain, has been impacted severely, I should say, by a number of subsequent shocks. First, there was the COVID-19 pandemic, and here the impact has already been very eloquently explained, by Mrs. Mutakandura. This supply chain, this pandemic, and I don't need to repeat it, has affected shipping companies' operations along the entire supply chain across the various transport subsectors. The maritime sector has been hit hard, but also the road transport sector. We had congestions at land border crossings. There were labor shortages that were being created, and a steep increase also of the maritime shipping costs, as well as lack of warehouse space and logistics services in ports, and so on and so forth. So again, not only from a health perspective, but really also from an economic perspective and from a global supply chain perspective, this pandemic has had a severe impact on our world. Second, the war in Ukraine. The effects of the pandemic were further exacerbated by the start of the war, which also has broader geopolitical and security challenges for our region, with both Ukrainian and Russian agricultural products such as grain and corn, as well as fertilizers and other minerals, no longer being able, to reach their traditional destinations, leading to higher global food prices, and also to the need, and this is again very actual, unfortunately, to divert from the traditional trade routes across the Black Sea, in some cases towards new inland routes. A third issue, this may all seem kind of unrelated, but as a matter of fact, the point that I'm trying to make is that there is a strong relationship between these different tectonic movements that we are seeing. The third one is the ongoing climate crisis, and the pressure that this is creating on the transport sector, and in particular the inland transport sector, the road transport sector, to name one, to decarbonize and to take effective climate change mitigation measures, on the one hand, as well as the need to adapt existing transport infrastructure assets to the climate change challenges. Several of the country speakers, and I was listening very carefully to the presentations yesterday, referred to the fact to how their transport assets and transport systems are being affected, by landslides, for instance, by heavy precipitation, by drought, by really unusual weather phenomena that we are seeing increasingly on a global scale, I should say, and how that this adds to the disadvantages that being landlocked in the first place, already creates for these countries. So this is the climate crisis and the requirements that this is creating for the inland transport system, both in terms of adaptation and in terms of mitigation, are a third group of pressure points that are being created. And then fourthly, and this is very much a cross-cutting issue, is the increased boost for digitalization in the transport sector. And this digitalization, and I think that this is something we experienced all across the transport sector, quickly accelerated during and after the pandemic. And when we talk about digitalization, we talk about digitalization of transport documents in the first place, paperless border crossing procedures. Many examples were given yesterday. National digital platforms are being created, to some extent interoperable also at the regional level. Now, a lot of this is, of course, good news. But we should also maybe raise a number of critical questions here. Yeah? Are the digital platforms that are being created and the digital efforts that are being made, are these systems talking to each other? Are they truly interoperable? And at this stage, have we reached the momentum where they started adding value, or is it maybe to some extent, and in some cases, and I don't want to generalize here, but it is a critical question we should raise, are they creating an additional layer of complexity in some cases, with different countries being at different levels of digitalization, and maybe understanding digitalization in the transport and global supply chain management environment differently. Now, these are the four clusters of complexities that are impacting over the last couple of years our systems. And considering these movements affecting the international transport system, by extension, the world economy, some voices are being raised, hinting at the fact that okay, is globalization as we have known it for quite some time now, has it reached its boundaries? And for instance, in the context of what we have seen in the pandemic, and also the geopolitical tensions and the war in Ukraine, is this the beginning of maybe a reshoring or a nearshoring of global supply chain? And if this is happening, would this better meet the conditions for sustainable economic prosperity, in the sense that it offers geographic proximity on the one hand, and possibly maybe also higher levels of supply chain predictability, especially for time-sensitive products? Again, these are just points that are being raised. The question is this really what we see happening? I don't have readily available answers for you. I mean, we will be hearing from our colleagues from Armenia, from Uzbekistan, as to how they have handled some of the challenges that our transport system has faced. So, and whether or not, we may be at the crossroads of a major change in the way that we organize our transport trade and economic transactions. And importantly, and just to show the degree to which these issues are interrelated, if we would be going for a system where near or reshoring is happening, how is this going to impact on the environment and on climate change? Are shorter supply chains, are these more environmentally friendly? And how does this impact on the transport mode that is being used? In other words, if we move some of the volumes of the global trade volumes from maritime to inland transport, to nearshoring, and maritime is, of course, I mean, very clearly the mode, to move over very long distances. I mean, is this, okay, this is going to favor, let's say, rail or inland waterways, for instance, and is this then also going to turn our transport sector more environmentally friendly? Now, to conclude, the main question is what the next steps are going to be from the transport sector. How is the transport sector going to respond, and by extension, the inland transport sector to these challenges that it is experiencing, and how are we going to make sure that our inland transport systems and our global supply chain is going to be more resilient, in against external contingencies, emergency situations, such as the war in Ukraine, the pandemic, but also climate change and the climate change impact that is being generated by transport systems. So really, this is at the heart of what we will be discussing today. So with these introductory remarks, I would give the floor back to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Jansen, for the very comprehensive presentation. So now I would like to invite Mr. Raul Torres. He is the head of the Development Policy Unit, Development Division of the World Trade Organization. Mr. Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, and I'd like to thank my UNDC colleagues for inviting me to be part of this very interesting panel. So I'll talk a little bit about the situation with regards to trade and what we're witnessing at the moment in terms of this poly crisis, and that how has been affecting trade. As many of you probably know, the multilateral trading system that is overseen by the WTO was created on a vision of economic interdependence for peace and prosperity. And this vision emerged from the lessons of disastrous decades of deglobalization that we had at the beginning of the 20th century, including the world wars, the Great Depression, as well as political extremism in the first half of the century. And this multilateral trading system and the rules-based system overseen by the WTO and the GATT before it has guided policymaking over half a century and shaped the globalized world that we have today. Now, the issue is that we currently have challenges to that vision, and Royal already alluded to them, as well as Gladys. And so recently, some of the main challenges have been, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, and now the war in Ukraine, and the rising global trade tensions mostly. And geopolitical shifting. This has fostered the perception that globalization brings excessive risks, and those risks need to be mitigated. And this trade skeptic narrative has gained traction, even suggesting that international trade contributes to problems in resilience and inclusivity and sustainability at a global level. So that's why we have seen, as Roel just mentioned, that policymakers have tried to, in some instances, emphasize economic independence, moving away from globalizations and toward a more fragmented trade landscape. And this challenges are also distracting the attention of the multilateral system from addressing a very present problem, which is the one of climate change and environmental degradation. We have seen, of course, that this has been all aggravated by the war in Ukraine, and Some of the effects that we have witnessed of the war in the Eurasian region is mostly having to do with their high dependence of transit through Russia, particularly the Northern Corridor, as we heard yesterday. It's very important for the international connectivity of Central Asian countries. Now, of course, trade along this route has been greatly affected by the war in Ukraine and the ensuing trade and finance measures that have been taken and has forced countries in the region to find alternative routes to this northern corridor. So that's why we have seen increased investment in the middle corridor that connects China to Europe through Kazakhstan and Turkey and the other countries in Central Asia. And but the problem is that the LLDCs would need to address a variety of bottlenecks that are present in this trade corridor, particularly in inefficient border infrastructure, the need to transload between different modes of freight, security controls, lack of digitalization, and a broad range of clearance and customs issues. But despite that shift in trade routes, we have seen that the Central Asian countries have witnessed actually a GDP growth in excess of 6% in the last year, which exceeds the growth of more of other developing regions. So I also mentioned the issue of rising political tensions, and this has created more skepticism towards trade, and it's also resulting from recent setbacks on trade integration, regional trade integration efforts, and which has caused a shift towards unilateral trade policies. We have seen also escalating trade tensions, especially between China and the US, and that affects the whole Central Asian region as well. We've also witnessed in the WTO that there has been a surge in trade concerns being raised in WTO committees, particularly in the TBT committee and the committee on market access. But on top of that, we've also seen a rising use of subsidies by many developed countries that distort international trade. So these tensions have had some effects on trade flows, particularly after the global financing crisis, where global financial crisis, where we saw an stagnation of the global trade to GDP ratio. And the escalating trade tensions also are having an effect of changing the composition and the sourcing of value chains across the world. So the trade flows between geopolitical blocs have been slowing down, and this has also increased the sensitivity to geopolitical distance. And but despite these challenges, we have seen that the global trading system has been remarkably resilient by allowing countries to flexibly adapt their sourcing patterns in this current situation. We've also heard from Roel that there are questions about whether we're seeing a situation of deglobalizations. I think that probably claims of deglobalization at the moment are a bit exaggerated, because we have seen that actually after the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine, we have actually seen some reglobalization, but in terms of also a changing pattern in trade. We have also seen the digital revolution has bolstered trade in digitally delivered services, expanding the role of intermediate services in global value chains. And global value chains have expanded to encompass additional economies, including many in the region, like Vietnam, Cambodia, Romania, and Thailand. Besides that, we've also seen how this global value chain has been bolstered by plurilateral and regional initiatives. Now, what would be the role of trade in peace and security in this very complex world that we are witnessing at the moment? So open trade is crucial for economic security and risk diversification, and also conflict reduction. The multilateral trading system transforms bilateral conflicts into multilateral issues that are more ripe for mediation by third countries. And also the multilateral trading system aids to peaceful dispute resolution and friction reduction, even though currently the WTO dispute settlement mechanism is not fully functioning as was intended in its creation. So we have seen that there is obviously some peace consolidation through the stability in international relations. And we have also seen that the fragmentation has had some impact on peace and security. This fragmentation risks slowing progress in poverty and inequality reduction, because developing countries will be disproportionately affected by this fragmentation, and particularly low-income households are very much susceptible to rising trade costs. And the geopolitical affiliations we also see undergo significant changes over time. So efforts for friendshoring or nearshoring face significant challenges as well during the due to ever-shifting political landscape. And on top of that, fragmented environmental policies also weaken climate action and increase trade tensions. So we have seen that throughout history, the multilateral trading system, particularly in the recent history, has had an important role in reducing poverty and inequality, and increasing income convergence between rich countries and developing countries, and having a significant effect on poverty reduction. But the risks of increased within country inequality, which are always present when you have a liberalized trading system, have been countered through trade-driven growth. So overall, the effect of trade opening has been positive in terms of poverty reduction. And while deglobalization could potentially benefit a few countries, those that are going to benefit from this nearshoring or friendshoring, I think that the majority of developing countries will particularly face significant losses. So in light of these challenges, the WTO has put forward the concept of reglobalization. So instead of deglobalization, to tackle these global challenges, we need more globalization, because open trade is a force multiplier, particularly for coordinating climate policies and diffusing green technologies. And we have seen that overall, even though trade there is a complex relationship between trade and greenhouse gas emissions. Overall, the benefits of trade outweigh the costs. As well, in this efforts for reglobalization, I think that we should also shift a little bit the paradigm between of what was considered to be the more efficient places where you would have production, meaning those that would have a comparative advantage in terms of costs, towards more environmentally focused comparative advantage. So instead of basing productions where it's lower cost, we should also think about basing production where it's greener for the environment. So in conclusion, the world obviously needs more trade and cooperation to address the global challenges that we're facing, because the global issues that we're facing transcend borders and require international cooperation. And international trade under a stronger multilateral trading system is crucial for resilience, inclusivity, and sustainability. And reglobalization proposes as a strengthened multilateral trading system that would be essential for finding the solutions. And this would be a vision that would extend the trade integration to more countries, people, and also issues. So a strengthened and reformed WTO, which is part of the efforts that members are undertaking at the moment in the organization, would be central to these efforts. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torre, and your deep insights on the impact of multiple prices over the value chains and trade system, and also the role of trade in poverty reduction, peace and security, and also for the recommendations on the reglobalization effort with greener initiatives. It's very, very useful intervention. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to move to our next speaker, Mr. David Grigorian. Mr. Grigorian is head of the Multilateral Economic Cooperation Division, Department for Multilateral Policy and Development Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. He will share with us Armenia's government's experience, vision on international transport and supply chains, and their effectiveness, among other points. Mr. Grigorian, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to this special event and giving me the opportunity to speak about Armenia's perspective with regards to the impacts of global crisis that challenged LLDCs on their path to implement their development agenda. And I do hope that today's discussions can contribute to finding ways to help making the vulnerable countries more resilient to future global crises, taking the lessons learned from previous challenges into account. Dear colleagues, indeed we live in quite challenging times as the world has faced an unprecedented socioeconomic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, global energy crisis, as well as conflicts in different parts of the world. While these challenges have affected virtually every corner of the world, countries in special situations who are most sensitive to global shocks are particularly prone to disproportionate setbacks and consequences of global crisis. The landlocked developing countries whose developmental aspirations have already been adversely affected by the structural constraints, including the lack of territorial access to the sea, geographic remoteness, and isolation from global markets, and who more often than not have to rely on their transit neighbors for seaborne trade, have become particularly vulnerable to the disruptive impacts of the ongoing crisis. For example, in light of the geographical and structural vulnerabilities of the LLDCs, the border restrictions imposed to contain the spread of pandemic have affected the flow of essential goods and services, causing disruption of international trade and rising prices. Another disturbing tendency was the sharp decline of foreign direct investments and remittances, which are a critical source of external development finance and an important means for LLDC's sustainable and inclusive recovery. Armenia could not stay untouched by the devastating consequences of the pandemic and other global crises. Moreover, the military aggression unleashed against the sovereign territory of my country and continuing dire humanitarian situation in the region drastically exacerbated the socio-economic situation in Armenia. These challenges made it imperative for the government of Armenia to revisit some aspects of its trade and transport policies. With the support of its international partners, the government of Armenia has initiated a series of ambitious initiatives aimed at improving soft and hard trade and transport infrastructure and to align them with international integration initiatives. One such example is the modernization of existing border control points to improve their operational, technical, and environmental conditions in order to meet modern safety and security requirements and facilitate efficient border crossing process. Moreover, within the framework of the European Union for Armenia's Digital Agenda project, the one-stop, one-window foreign trade platform was implemented at all border checkpoints of the Republic of Armenia. With the support of the Asian Development Bank, the trade and transport facilitation strategy of Armenia until the year 2040 has been elaborated. This is a comprehensive guideline document aimed at unblocking the trade, transport, and transit potential of Armenia by shaping the ways to address systematic challenges in all relevant aspects, from road safety improvement to reduction of greenhouse gases. In recognition of the need for better regional and international connectivity for trade facilitation through transport, significant efforts are being carried out to completely restore and upgrade the road network in Armenia with the aim of increasing the transit potential of the country. In this regard, the construction of the North-South Highway, a high-priority strategic program for Armenia, is a vivid example. This project will not only ensure easier traffic from the north to the south of Armenia, but will also significantly contribute to connectivity between the Persian Gulf and the Black Sea, thus becoming an important transit hub at the intersection of West Asia and East Europe. Colleagues, another area of focus for the government of Armenia is the enhancement of digital connectivity. We see digital transport corridors as an important prerequisite for the development of international transport cooperation, which will facilitate the process of information exchange at all stages of transportation. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development acknowledges the vital role of information and communication technologies in driving progress towards implementation of Sustainable Development goals. And ICTs, being cross-cutting in nature, offer enormous potential for promoting and accelerating sustainable development. The government of Armenia attaches a special importance to the modernization of Armenia's economy, with particular emphasis on advancing digital technologies, fostering innovation and creative education. Development of ICT infrastructure and fostering digital connectivity is instrumental for addressing the bottlenecks along the transportation routes and facilitating international trade through reducing of transit time and costs. And Armenia prioritizes promotion of open and affordable internet, advancing of ICTs and innovation in its development policies and strategies. In this vein, Armenia closely cooperates with the UN Economic Commission for Europe in developing digital technologies as means to promote a better regional and global connectivity. One such example is the high-level launch of the UNECE Innovation for Sustainable Development Review of Armenia, which took place in June this year in Yerevan. It's a flagship UNECE initiative aimed at assessing innovation policy, governance, institutions, processes, and mechanisms. Madam Moderator, due to time constraints, I will stop here and will conclude my remarks with expressing hope that next year in Kigali, the international community will elaborate a comprehensive set of actions aimed at helping LLDCs to overcome the existing crisis and become more resilient to future catastrophes based on the lessons learned from the gaps in the implementation of VPOA. And my country stands ready to work constructively with all partners to formulate a better response to the needs and priorities of LLDCs at these crucial times. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grigorian, for sharing Armenia's views and visions with us. landlocked developing countries are indeed seriously affected by the disruptive impact of these crises. However, it's very encouraging to learn that Armenia revisited trade and transit policies during this crisis and indeed strengthened and improved soft and hard trade and transport infrastructures, and also enhanced the digital connectivity and promoted innovation initiatives. And these are the prerequisite of the connectivities for all stages of transportation. Thank you again for sharing your valuable experiences for us. Now, I would like to move to our next and final speaker, Mr. Ashraf Kojaev. He is the director of the Department of Economic Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan. Mr. Kojaev, we would like to learn from Uzbekistan's vision on enhancing Central Asian transport connectivity. In your view, what are the challenges and what are the new opportunities? The floor is yours, Mr. Kojaev.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to be part of this very important discussion. First of all, I would like to start by underlining the fact that all 5 Central Asian countries are landlocked developing countries. For us, the development of transport communication has been primarily means of uniting people, developing economies, and international trade. Therefore, transport infrastructure and policy is crucial for developing the economies of all Central Asia countries. The lack of direct access to open sea is the reason why our goods become more expensive on the world markets, which reduce their competitiveness. To cite one fact, landlocked countries spent about 18% of their export earnings on transport services, while other countries spent 9%. However, for the Central Asia countries, transport costs in many cases reach up to 60% of the value of the goods. Indeed, sustainable development in Uzbekistan and entire Central Asia region can only be achieved by developing an extensive and sustainable system of transport corridors to improve quick access to the seaports. The efficient and smooth functioning of transport corridors make our countries to be a crucial factor in developing international trade for the entire region. Our region has 2 specific examples where we have faced serious challenges regarding the stable functioning of the transport communication. The first example was the COVID pandemic, during which traditional transport and logistics routes were disrupted. At specific points, this caused transport collapse. The load on railway infrastructure, crossing points, and logistic hubs, which needed to be prepared for such crisis events, increased dramatically. All existing interstate agreements and international conventions in the transport field were not in force during that time. Logistical disruptions in shipments along the Central Asia-China route caused by pandemic seriously affected the rhythm of transportation of the goods. They left many industries in our countries without necessary equipment and raw materials. In Uzbekistan, for example, this delayed the launch of more than 1,000 investment projects. Another example is goods delivery time from China to Central Asia increased from 1 week to 8 months. And the cost of transportation of the one container increased from $3,000 to $10,000. Another example is starting from the 2022, due to increasing geopolitical tensions in Eurasia, the Central Asia countries are again facing disruption of transport communication in the European direction. In particular, the transit of goods through the certain countries has become more complex. and some of them have closed several checkpoints on their border. This has led to multiple increase in goods transportation time and financial costs. This factor continues to have a strong negative impact on the economic development of the countries in our region. This situation has forced us to look for alternative sustainable transport corridors. One of them is the so-called middle corridor, the Trans-Caspian International Transport Road. It is essential in terms of improving transport connectivity between the Central Asia and Europe. This project was thoroughly analyzed during the recent meeting of the EBRD governors' annual meeting in Samarkand in May. And today we understand that we need tariffs which are favorable to businesses that generate main goods traffic volumes. However, the analysis shows that current fares and charges on this road are 1.5 times higher, for example, in compared to alternative north-south roads. Dear participants, Uzbekistan advocates deep integration of the regional market in the global supply chain, economic and transport corridors. The President of Uzbekistan, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, in his speech at the 75th session of the UN General Assembly in September 2020, proposed establishing an interregional center for connectivity under the UN patronage. One of the main aims is to expand mutually beneficial and efficient cooperation in transport at the regional level in order to ensure the growth of trade turnover and undoubtedly serve the interest of all Central Asia countries. Among the prerequisites for the establishing of the center are the increasing number of infrastructure projects which are implemented by the support of the international financial institutions, as well as the fact that Central Asia countries are paying great attention to taking systematic measures for the sustainable development of the transport sector by upgrading infrastructure, building logistics centers, and strengthening the communication links. This initiative, which covers a large number of issues on the current agenda of the UN and its institution, is supported by the ESCAP, which considers it timely and well thought out. It reflects the significant need for the UN member countries for the great collaboration in the transport sector, which is very much in line with the ESCAP's objectives further to strengthen transport and communication cooperation among its member countries. Today, Uzbekistan is actively promoting the following vital projects in the field of transport connectivity in Central Asia. Today, the world has entered an era of global geopolitical transformation that bring challenges and new opportunities. In these conditions, creating modern, efficient, and safe transport and logistic infrastructure between Central Asia and South Asia, where about 2 billion people live today, becomes more demanding and objective. The critical element of the whole architecture of connectivity between two regions is the railway from Uzbekistan through Afghanistan to Pakistan, which will give all Central Asia countries the shortest access to the Indian Ocean. In 2022, a field expedition was conducted along the entire road, and approximate railway route was determined, with a total length of about 800 kilometers. The expected volume of freight traffic is more than 10 million tons per year. More than 2,000 new jobs will be created to maintain and operate this new railway. In May 2023, a project office was established in Tashkent. The project has received support from the leading international financial institutions. And the construction of this railway will make it possible to fully realize the transit potential of two regions and significantly reduce the time and cost of goods transportation between South Asia and Europe via Central Asia. We are confident that the early practical implementation of the railway project will create a powerful platform for achieving inclusive economic development of Central Asia and South Asia countries, and significantly strengthen transport connectivity in Eurasia. Another project is the Uzbekistan-Kyrgyzstan-China Railway. The construction of this railway is intended to become an essential link in the regional transport network within the framework of the East-West project, providing access to the international seaports for the Central Asia countries. In September 2022, the main margins of the SCO summit in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and China signed a memorandum on this project. At the beginning of the year, the project office was established in the capital of Kyrgyzstan. Currently, the feasibility study for the project is being finalized. It is planned to sign intergovernmental agreement on the construction of this railway very soon. According to the preliminary forecast, the reduction of the road from the East Asia to the Middle East and Southern Europe via Central Asia will be decreased by 900 kilometers, and the delivery time will be reduced by 7-8 days. This will allow Uzbekistan and other countries of the Central Asia to transport 5 million tons of the goods to China. The construction of the railway will increase the new transport corridor and increase the time of delivery of goods from China and Central Asia to countries of the Europe and Middle East. Uzbekistan strongly promotes regional projects to strengthen transport and communication links with Central Asia to create effective trade and logistics chains in the form optimal routes for the delivering goods to international markets. In April this year, Uzbekistan submitted a formal application to join the Transport and Logistic Corridor North-South, undoubtedly contributing to expanding potential roads and increasing transportation. Dear colleagues, according to the World Bank Logistic Performance Index, the quality of trade and transport infrastructure in the Central Asia countries is not current. Even so, the process of developing the region transport potential tends to grow steadily. A number of difficulties need to be overcome. In this regard, it is necessary to focus on work on digitalization of transport, elimination of barriers in transportation of goods, simplification of visa regimes, harmonization of transport and customs procedures, unification of transport standards, and modernization of road and roadside infrastructure. And the only way we'll be able to achieve our goals of creating a sustainable future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kojaev, for your valuable analysis and vision of your country with concrete examples. Indeed, COVID-19 challenged drastically impacted the disruptions in logistics and in North and in Central Asia in particular. And it's very encouraging that Uzbekistan has launched 1,000 investment project and actively seeking for the regional cooperation to make the situation better and for the future. Thank you very much. So we need to close this session before for the main session. So unfortunately, we will not have a time to invite your floor questions. But our colleagues and speakers are here in this meeting room, so kindly discuss and ask questions directly to them. So now I would like to close this session, and on behalf of the ESCAP, I would like to take this opportunity to thank UNOHR LLS and UNECE for organizing this event jointly. And thank you for all distinguished speakers for sharing your valuable experiences and insights and suggestions today. And thank you for participants for actively listening to our presentations and very, very appreciating. And before closing this event, please join me to applaud all speakers. Thank you very much. This is the end of the event. Thank you very much.
Good morning. May I invite the speakers to come to the stage? Mr. Ashraf, good job. Mr. David Gregorian, Mr. Leo Hongping is already here. Madame Marlene Nielsen. Okay.
I think you have the UNEP is not here, but it's going to be UNGRR.
Okay, it's not updated. Okay, thank you. Okay, the list has been changed and I didn't have the updated one. So let me call the speakers again. Dr. Ashraf Kuchel, Director General of the Department of Economic Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan. Mr. David Grigorian, Head Multilateral Economic Cooperation Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Armenia. Mr. Lier Hongpei, Director of Energy Division, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Madame Martina Muller, Program Management Officer, New York Liaison Office of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Okay, we have 3 panelists up, and we missed one person. Okay. Given the time constraint, I would like to start the session. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to panel discussion 4, Building Resilience to Climate Change and Accelerating the Energy Transition in LLDCs. My name is Bunak Poich, Secretary of State, Ministry of Planning, Royal Government of Cambodia. I will be moderating this session. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we heard in the interventions made yesterday that LLDCs are disproportionately impacted by climate change. They are more vulnerable to climate change risk because of greater dependence on natural resources and agricultural sector. In addition, structural vulnerabilities and limited capacity to deal with the devastating impact of climate change also poses major challenge. While climate change is not one of the VPOA priorities, it has over the years featured in many of the LLDC discussions. It has become apparent that the frequency of extreme weather events such as droughts, storms, cyclones, and flooding are worsening. Adding to this is an increased frequency of heat waves that are getting harder and lasting longer. Disturbing rainfall patterns are causing prolonged drought, more intense rainfall, floods, and disrupted water supply. If LLDCs cannot be resilient against climate change, as well as the other current and future shocks, they will not be able to harness their potentials and ensure that their development journey is sustainable and irreversible. Advancement of the key priority area of the VPOA alone will not be sufficient for the LLDC to chart a transformative development journey and achieve the 2030 agenda. In this session, we will further discuss the impact of climate change on LLDC and explore how adaptation to climate change and disaster resilient efforts relate to the sustainable development of Euro-Asian LLDCs. We will also discuss mechanisms and approaches that could contribute to resilient building. We will explore workable solutions and mechanisms that contribute to a better anchoring of resilient and sustainability issues as part of the new program of action. To help us kickstart our discussion in this session, we have a panel of distinguished speakers. Let me first thank them for agreeing to let us in this discussion. Each of the speakers is given up to 5 minutes to make their presentation. In view of the time constraint, I encourage each speaker to abide by this time limit. After the presentations by panelists, there will be an opportunity for interactive. I would encourage you to make the most of the opportunity to interact and engage with our speakers. Without further ado, let me introduce our panelists. We have in our panel Dr. Ashraf Kuchov, Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan. Mr. David Grigorian, Head, Multilateral Economic Cooperation Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. Mr. Liu Hongpeng, Director of Energy Division, Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Madame Martina Muller, Program Management Officer, New York Liaison Office of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. I will start the session by giving the floor to Dr. Kochov, Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan. Mr. Kochov, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It is truly an honor to be here among such esteemed delegates and experts around the world. The energy landscape is rapidly evolving. We live in a world that requires more energy with less emission, challenging the fundamentals of our operations. At the same time, global trends and events have highlighted the need for the energy security and more diverse energy supply, transforming the world's energy mix into one that can meet demand safely, securely, and reliably will require us to balance a near-term demand growth with transition objectives. With the need to respond to the growing challenges of the climate change, there is an understanding in almost all countries of the world that energy security issues need to be addressed primarily in the context of the transition to clean and sustainable energy. During the transition period, there are many uncertainties relating to possible scenarios and development of the global energy sector, since the world is confronted with the serious energy crisis. The energy sector needs to be proactive in assessing critical risks from the environmental impact and regulation change to specific challenges and difficulties. New energy paradigms include energy efficiency, transition, security, clean electrification, and wind and solar power. The global trends developing in the energy sector is part of the energy transition, represent an objective reality that does not depend on the conjectural or political preferences. Neglecting these trends will not only hinder the development of system and does not preclude their realization now or in the future. The Central Asia countries have significant natural resources and the necessary experience to achieve sustainable energy security by transitioning to clean energy sources. The region's government recognized the need for urgent measures to promote cooperation, trade, and investment in the energy sector. Many Central Asia countries are already implementing reforms to encourage more significant deployment of the renewable energy. But the energy security is of relevance to all countries of the Central Asia. Moreover, the crisis phenomena of the last 2 years exposed several significant problems, not only at the country's level, but also in the regional context. Practically all Central Asia countries are vulnerable to such problems as the presence of outdated energy infrastructure and the lack of energy capacity, depletion of fossil resources, continued low efficiency in use of fuel and energy resources, which puts under pressure on demand and become increasingly challenging to meet in the short term. These problems undoubtedly reduce the level of energy security in the region. Nowadays, the level of electricity transmission and distribution infrastructure in all Central Asia countries average between 70 and 80%, resulting in grid losses and are at least 2 times higher than the world average. Continued high level of moral and physical deterioration of the existing infrastructure in the region increase the risk of power outages, reducing the energy security. It is estimated that up to 80% of the more frequent blackouts in all Central Asia countries are due to technical failures. According to the forecast, continuing these trends may lead to even greater restrictions and large-scale crises of the regional significance and increasing dissatisfaction among the population. In the system of world indicators of energy resources utilization efficiency, the Central Asia countries demonstrate low rates of progressive shift in such indicators as energy intensity of the GDP and the share of renewable energy sources in the structure of production and consumption of energy resources, including due to insufficient level of cooperation. The primary constraints are insufficient investment funds in the modernization of common infrastructure and the renewable energy development. According to our preliminary estimates, investment in developing the vast of regional renewable energy potential are at most 20-30% of the required level. The low efficiency level in the solving of accumulated problems is mainly due to the need for platform to discuss energy security prospect and develop coordinated actions among the Central Asia countries. These actions taken at the regional level are mainly focused on solving water energy exchanges and do not envisage the development of more large-scale measures to ensure regional energy security based on joint energy transition to clean energy. The goal is to ensure sustainable energy future for the entire Central Asia in the long term. This requires harmonization and coordination of the national development programs in renewable energy and energy efficiency, finding common ground in solving regional energy security challenges and elaborating conceptual approaches and stages of joint actions on energy transition. This will make Central Asia more attractive to foreign investors and international donors. According to our preliminary estimate, Central Asia will need about 20-30 billion in investment in energy sector by 2030, including solar and wind and hydropower and modernization of the national and regional power grids. Speaking about the Uzbekistan experience, I would like to note that Uzbekistan, being committed to the principle of sustainable development, has made several commitments in the context of the green agenda. Today, the main goal of Uzbekistan is to achieve economic progress by integrating green economic principle in the ongoing structural reforms, low carbon development and resource saving in all economic sectors, introducing efficient and environmentally friendly technologies are top priority for us. Under the Paris Agreement, Uzbekistan has committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions per unit of GDP by 35% by 2030. the country has launched a large-scale programs to introduce renewable energy sources to achieve these goals. Our aim is to double the energy efficiency of our economy by 2030 and increase the share of renewable energy to at least 30%. Uzbekistan is cooperating closely with the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, EBRD, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and other international financial institutions to attract investment for solar and wind power plant construction. Agreement has been concluding with such leading global companies as Masdar, Aqua Power, Total Iran, Valtalia, and Power China. By 2026, we plan to commission a new solar and wind power plants with a capacity of 8 gigawatt, reducing carbon emission by 5 million tons. Uzbekistan is implementing a comprehensive green economy transition strategy and renewable and hydrogen energy development program at the national level. In February this year, a program was adopted to accelerate the introduction of renewable energy in social and public institutions in Uzbekistan. As part of this program, 220 megawatts of solar panels will have been installed during this year. Currently, 36 of the planned panels have been installed on the university buildings in Uzbekistan, and 33% of the school buildings, and 28% on the medical institutions. And for the country, we reach indicator of the 50% of all the transition to the renewable energy. Dear colleagues, summarizing the points mentioned above, let me reiterate that climate change related disasters such as floods, hurricanes, droughts, heat waves, and other climate extremes are weakening infrastructure in many landlocked countries, resulting in loss and destruction of infrastructure and high economic costs. LLDCs lack the financial and technical capacity to implement adaptation and mitigation comprehensively approach critical to accelerating their progress towards sustainable development. There is urgent need for the investment in climate resilient infrastructure and energy resilience. In this regard, more needs to be done to help landlocked countries accelerate their transition to low carbon energy sources and technologies. This requires enhanced bilateral and multilateral partnerships to ensure a sustainable transformation. The energy transition involves the coexistence of both carbon, energy, and renewable sources. The proportion and efficiency will change, as will investment priorities and focus of industry regulation. The energy transition provides opportunities to create a long-term competitive advantage. It is essential to take advantage of this opportunity now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Gottschalk, for your informative intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. David Grigorian, Head Multilateral Economic Cooperation Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished colleagues, before I start, I would like to apologize in advance and ask for your permission to leave the podium immediately after the presentation. We have a slight scheduling conflict and my presence is required elsewhere. So once again, I beg your pardon and I promise that I remain at your disposal until, let's say, 5 p.m. tomorrow, should you have any questions. Thank you. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, thank you for giving me the opportunity to reflect upon the impact of climate change on the LLDCs in terms of the implementation of the VPOA, as well as to share Armenia's experience in addressing climate change-related challenges through reforms in the energy sector. Indeed, realization of the developmental aspirations of LLDCs have already been drastically impacted by their structural vulnerabilities and geographical constraints, and among other global crisis, climate change vulnerability, is another major factor exacerbating socioeconomic challenges of LLDCs. Landlocked developing countries are among the most vulnerable to climate change, and current global economic challenges are limiting their ability to invest in adaptation and mitigation. As statistics show, over the half of the land of LLDCs is classified as dry land, and they suffer from desertification, biodiversity loss, melting glaciers, recurrent droughts, land degradation, and other disasters, which are imposing profound economic and social costs, especially as many landlocked developing countries are highly reliant on natural resources and agriculture. In addressing the impact of climate change, a strong emphasis should be put on promoting circular and green economy production and consumption practices, as well as on promoting digitalization. This requires coherent development policies for promoting innovation, sustainable production and consumption practices, and digital transition. It also requires mobilizing domestic investment and attracting foreign direct investments through extensive reforms in internal policies. Dear colleagues, Armenia is a mountainous country with limited natural resources. And based on an analysis by the World Bank, Armenia is considered the fourth most at-risk country in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region when it comes to the impact of climate change. The country has experienced a 1.3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature and a 9% decrease in precipitation. With this understanding, the government of Armenia has been consistently demonstrating a proactive approach towards meaningful integration into the global climate agenda, aligning itself with the objectives outlined in the Paris Agreement. Not only Armenia has proclaimed more ambitious climate targets, but has also undertaken a comprehensive evaluation of its economic development framework with the aim of expediting its transition towards a sustainable and low-carbon economy. In 2021, the government of Armenia has made an important step by adopting the updated national determined contributions in adherence to its commitment under the Paris Agreement. The NDC delineates Armenia's obligations and establishes a comprehensive framework of targets to be accomplished by 2030, prominently featuring a noteworthy objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 40% compared to the 1990 baseline. These targets primarily focus on the formulation of policies and implementation of measures within the energy sector, alongside initiatives aimed at mitigating the adverse effects of climate change on the country. The transition towards climate neutrality stands as a fundamental pillar within the nation's energy independence, energy security, and sustainable economic growth strategies. The renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy saving are the important directions of development of Armenia. Adhering to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and in particular the Goal 7, access to affordable, clean, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy, and the Paris Agreement, Armenia is making continuous efforts to create an attractive investment environment and legislative framework for the economic development of the potential of renewable energy. To accelerate the achievement of this ambition, the Energy Sector Development Strategy 2040 was adopted by the government in 2021. This document sets the following principles, among others, as prerequisite for the energy sector development. So, inclusive, diversified, energy independence at the possible highest level, clean, efficient, and sustainably developing, reliable and safe, digitized and innovated, science-based and highly technological, accessible and fair to everyone, sufficiently available to the vulnerable groups, as well as attractive to investors. The main priorities for development of green energy that will have significant impact on the long-term and deep decarbonization strategies are maximum use of renewable energy potential, full realization of energy efficiency potential, and gradual liberalization of the electricity market and development of regional cooperation. Colleagues, in the structure of electricity production in Armenia, 35% share is hydropower, as of now. The share of atomic energy is 35–40%, and the remaining 30% is for the production of thermal power plants. Considering the potential of solar and wind energy, the government aims to increase the share of those energy productions to at least 15% by 2030. Currently, there are 36 solar power plants operating in Armenia with an installed capacity of up to 5 megawatts, and 27 similar solar power plants are under construction. Electricity is also produced by 188 small hydropower plants, while 23 small HPPs are under construction. In recent years, considerable work has been done also in the energy efficiency and energy saving sector, which is also a priority for the government, as a means of improving energy security of the country, improving economic competitiveness, and minimizing the negative impact on the environment. A study of climate change adaptation as well as natural risks is being carried out within the framework of the Road Department Foundation's Vital Road Network Improvement Program. At the request of our partner international financial organizations, solutions are also provided to the problems caused by the impact of climate change on road construction works. Distinguished delegates, although strenuous efforts have been made by the United Nations as well as support and funding has been provided for climate change adaptation and mitigation in LLDCs, a huge financing gap remains given the limitations on donor funding, capacity constraints and debt situation in some LLDCs. Climate-sensitive public sector programming and budgeting, mainstreaming climate change into trade and transport policies, and creating conducive conditions for more private sector participation in climate change for LLDCs are among of the options that LLDC should envisage for sustainable future. With this, in the final part of my intervention, I would like to present the outcomes of the sub-regional review of the VPOA conducted by UN ESCAP Sub-Regional Office for North and Central Asia in June 7 to 9 in Almaty, Kazakhstan, as the mitigation and resilience building to the adverse impact of climate change, natural disasters, and environmental degradation were one of the main topics discussed there. So the key findings of progress, gaps, and opportunities in the above section area were the following. First, climate change exacerbated a wide range of climate vulnerabilities such as water shortages, desertification, economic reliance on agriculture, and others. Second, all countries remained committed to developing renewable energy systems and their NDCs backed by a strong pipeline of well-defined projects. Third, participants stressed the importance of water energy coordination, power connectivity, and regional and interregional energy trading. And fourth, the uneven financial landscape and challenges in mobilizing private finance, yet opportunities to expand financing through growing sustainable financial markets and utilizing innovative instruments. Based on these findings above, the meeting also facilitated exchange of expert opinions on priority actions. In particular, participants recommended creating a level playing field to lower barriers, streamline investment procedures, and carry out policy reforms on energy tariffs and energy auction. Countries need to formulate concrete financial strategies against their NDCs and address gaps, including lack of data and capacity to access multilateral climate funds, such as the Adaptation Fund, the Global Environmental Fund, and the Green Climate Fund. Investor concerns on the reliability, stability, and predictability of policy and regulation for climate-related investments. And the last, countries need to align national laws, regulations, and taxonomies governing climate financing with international best practices and reducing policy barriers at regional and domestic levels to address resource mobilization. In conclusion, I would like to stress that addressing climate change-related challenges should be at the core of the third conference for LLDCs in Kigali, and Armenia stands ready to work with all our partners to find durable and sustainable solutions to mitigate climate change impact and accelerate sustainable development in LLDCs. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Gregorian, for your comprehensive intervention. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Lier Hongpeng, Director of Energy Division, ESCAP. Mr. Hongpeng, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to speak at this panel focused on building resilience to climate change and accelerating energy transition in LLDCs. Actually, I think focus on energy transition and climate change, we have to look at the current energy system, which mainly the fossil fuel dependency, and then transit this system to renewable and clean energy dependent energy system. But at the same time, I think energy poverty, as we discussed, one of the areas for today, is a global challenge that affects millions of people who lack access to modern, affordable, and reliable and sustainable energy services. According to ESCAP's review and studies, so in Asian Pacific, we have 67 million populations without access to electricity by end of 2021. At the same time, we have 1.2 billion people. Nearly 1/4 of the region's population remain without access to clean cooking fuels. So this is a really big challenge. Although significant progress has been made for the last 2 decades. If you see 2 decades ago, there was 300 million population without access to electricity, but now we have less than 100 million. If you think about the large population in Asia Pacific. So ending energy poverty is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic one. It can contribute to mitigating greenhouse gas emission and enhance climate resilience. So there are a number of good examples from developing countries and how clean and renewable energy can help the energy poverty and foster climate resilience. For example, if we look at one of our countries in this region, Nepal, has abundant hydropower potential. So in early 1990s and early 2000s, it's still a large population, about 50% of population without access to electricity. But if you see after 2 decades, with these renewable energy resources, it's reduced to less than 20% population without access to electricity. So the country also faces frequent power outage and high dependency of fossil fuel import. So renewable energy, resources development promoted the off-grid kind of renewable energy services, solutions such as micro hydropower and the solar home systems and the biogas digesters to provide the electricity and the clean cooking fuels for the population at large. So that really contribute to rural communities' development. But climate change is also a global challenge that has significant impacts on the development of the prospects of landlocked countries, and also they are developing the regional integrations development. So LLDCs are among the most vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate changes on energy infrastructure. And if you look at energy transition, as I said, the transit from the fossil fuels to renewables. But renewable energy is a key component for this transition. But at the same time, renewable energy infrastructure can also be vulnerable to natural disasters such as floods that can damage and destroy the equipment and disrupt the power supply. So in Asia, there are many countries prone to flooding due to the heavy rainfall, storm, and this kind of melting glaciers. So this is a serious challenge for renewable energy sector. And like the droughts, which seriously reduce the water availability, and also the generation capacity of hydropower in many countries. Flood can damage and destroy energy infrastructure from power station transmission lines, and also fuel storage facilities that cause power outage and supply disruptions. Like this year, in many countries in Asia Pacific suffered a lot from this. And in 2020, even only in China triggered the flood because the torrential rains. The flood actually, along with the Yangtze River, affecting more than 400 hydropower stations, and also forcing some of them to stop generating electricity. And also the heat waves, as you also yourself also felt this summer, it also increased the cooling demand. And the peak load for electricity system reduce efficiency and performance of thermal power plant and the transmission lines. Like in 2018 from Mongolia, the country usually, it's not that, hot in the summer, but suffered unprecedented heat wave that increased the electricity demand by 15%. While its coal-fired thermal power plant suffered a lot from reduced output and the frequent breakdowns. Also storms and also damage the renewable energy systems, such as solar panels, wind turbines. And for example, in 2018, typhoon in the Philippines and damaged the wind turbines in the northern part of Philippines, causing power outage and the losses of the operators. So that kind of resilience of the renewable energy project and operations is also a big challenge when we talk about the transition. For not only for LLDCs, for almost all the countries with this kind of efforts. So climate change really poses a risk and opportunity for transboundary cooperation on energy infrastructure, which is also crucial for enhancing energy access, security, and energy efficiencies. There are a number of examples to strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity of LLDCs and foster regional collaboration on low-carbon energy development. And last year in this region, the Southeast Asia stands out as being home to the first multilateral power trade agreement between Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power integration project. So this is the first multilateral power trade agreement among those countries in ASEAN and also in this region. Another example for such cooperation is the Central Asia, South Asia Electricity Transmission and Trade Project, CASA 1000, which also aims to facilitate the exports of surplus hydroelectricity from Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan to Afghanistan and Pakistan. It also reduces greenhouse gas emissions since the electricity from renewables. And one of these main challenges we faced for LLDCs is lack of access to affordable, reliable energy resources. So that kind of locally available renewable energies that will provide a reliable kind of supply if we use it properly. And it also offers sustainable and cost-effective solutions. However, scaling up renewables in LLDCs requires mobilizing significant investment for both public and private sector. At the same time, policy is very important to support this energy transition. So from ESCAP side, we have supported 16 countries in this region, 7 countries from LLDCs, like Bhutan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Laos, PDR, Mongolia, Nepal, Uzbekistan, to develop its energy roadmap and energy transition with a clear target to achieve SDG 7 and the Paris Agreement by 2030. We are also ready to continue this kind of support for other developing countries and to develop their roadmaps for energy transition and also to achieve their SDG target by 2030, even go beyond 2030 up to 2050 for net zero emissions. So in this regard, some of the experience and the good practices to enhance the financing renewable energy in LLDCs, I think should focus on developing a clear and coherent policy framework to support the deployment of renewable energy and create the enabling environment for investors. If you look at the investment for renewables, a large amount of this investment will come from private sector. So if the government set up a clear target with a good enabling environment policy framework, that will support or enhance the partnerships between public and private for the renewables. And secondly, strengthening the institutional and technical capacity for LLDCs to plan, design, implement, and monitor renewable energy projects. I've heard a lot of this, like previous speakers mentioned about the ongoing activities for renewables, but how we just, get the maximum of the benefits from this ongoing or completed project. So kind of a monitoring system will be very useful and to provide the good recommendations to the follow-up activities and projects. And leveraging the existing financial mechanisms and instruments that can facilitate the mobilization of investment for renewables to LLDCs. We always say money is not an issue because the money flowing in different places, but they go to where you have the most profit. So that's really the private sector, they look at it. Currently we already see because innovation and improvement of renewable energy technology, actually the price from renewable energy electricity is already competitive with the fossil fuels. So that means if you invest in renewables, you will have good return economically and financially. So that's really, that's also dependent on the policies from government. So I really think this kind of system we should establish and improve the existing mechanisms. And finally, the regional cooperation. So that regional cooperation and integration among the LLDCs and their transit to neighboring countries, that will be very helpful, for cross-border energy infrastructure. So we see those ongoing activities from transport sector through connectivity, from ICT. So energy is another area. Through this cross-border power electricity, power transmission lines, we see, to maximize renewable energy resources and integrate more renewables into the power system. That's very important for energy transition through this kind of regional cooperation. So I hope this kind of information and we'll continue to discuss among the member countries. And also in this October, we will have our Asia-Pacific Energy Ministerial Forum, which is an intergovernmental forum for Asia-Pacific for energy ministers once every 5 years. So these are also the topics: energy transition and climate action is the topic for that ministerial forum. I also look forward to welcoming all the ministers from this region to join our forum in October. Thank you very much.
Thank Mr. Hongpei for your comprehensive and invaluable intervention. Now I would like to give the floor to the last speaker, Madam Martina Muller, Program Management Officer, New York Liaison Office of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's a great honor to be here and share this panel with such esteemed panelists. I would like to just add some thoughts regarding the implications of building resilience, how we can build resilience, particularly in this region. So it is undeniable that disasters, including disasters related to climate, have rolled back hard-won progress towards the Vienna Programme of Action. It is a sad fact, but we must acknowledge really the impact that these disasters have on development in LLDCs in Europe and Asia. We're talking about landslides, about droughts, but also other types of disaster that aren't necessarily related to climate, such as earthquakes, and I'm sure many delegates here relate to this hazard, the COVID pandemic, the list goes on. With increasing scale, frequency, and intensity of disasters, we are really witnessing compounding impacts which have far-reaching implications across all sectors of the economy. And of course, considering the extra vulnerabilities that LLDCs face, we really see unique challenges in disaster prevention, preparedness, and response. Next slide, please. Or do I do it? Yes, perfect. I always like to base certain affirmations in hard data, and here I would like to present the data from the Sendai Framework Monitor. Just for context, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction was adopted in 2015 by member states, and it is really a program for the next 15 years, so until 2030. And it has 7 targets, 7 very concrete targets to reduce the impact of disasters. And here I'm presenting data from the first 3 targets, A, B, and C. And you can see, and just to mention also, all this data is submitted by member states. So it's not anything that we as UNDRR did ourselves. It is information concretely submitted by all of you, by member states. And you can see what a significant impact, an extra impact disasters have on LLDCs. So if we talk about mortality, right, the worst impact, loss of life, LLDCs have double the amount of impact, face double the amount of impact than the global average, almost double. And I also highlighted the data for LDCs, so for least developing countries, because of course over half of landlocked developing countries are also least developed countries, and there the impact is even worse, 3 times as high, almost 3 times as high. When we talk about how disasters affect people, so not necessarily loss of life, but impact to health, so people injured or ill due to disasters, impact to livelihoods, and also to housing, to dwellings. Again, it is much higher in LLDCs than the global average. And the same applies to direct economic losses. We shall not forget the grave impact that these type of disasters that my panelists were also discussing have on the economy. It is significantly higher, again, in LLDCs, and particularly in LDCs than the global average. So this current risk landscape makes a compelling case to ensure that disaster risk reduction is mainstreamed across the next program of action. While the Vienna Program of Action was rather silent on disaster risk reduction and on resilience, its midterm review, so the review that was held in 2019, expressed member states' concern about the impacts of disasters in LLDCs and in transit countries. In that outcome document, member states also emphasized the need for disaster-resilient transport infrastructure and showed their determination to build resilient economies and strengthen disaster risk reduction in alignment with the Sendai framework. And I just want to give a practical example because we were talking a lot about the energy transition on this panel. So related to the energy topic, a resilient energy matrix would include a diverse energy matrix, but also efforts to retrofit existing infrastructure to be more resilient, to ensure the continuation of energy provision in the event of hazards. So, as you might know, and I know that many in this room were actually very active we recently held the midterm review of the Sendai framework, just now in May 2023, and it was very good to see the active participation of landlocked developing countries, including from the European and the Asian regions. So just a few numbers here. LLDCs participated in the regional reviews. Some also submitted their national voluntary reports on implementation of the midterm review of the Sendai framework, and actively participated in the high-level meeting, which took place in New York. It was the culmination of this midterm review in May, delivering statements, engaging in conversations. And this really allowed for the emergence of a clear understanding of the disaster-related challenges faced specifically by LLDCs, as well as the technical assistance required to tackle them. And I want to highlight 4 key messages that emerged and that are also in the outcome document of the midterm review of the Sendai framework. And all these are really specifically citing landlocked developing countries. So it's very specific to issues faced by this group of countries. So the first one is the need to enhance understanding of disaster risk. This involves the collection, the analysis of data, and then what to do with the data analyzed and collected, right? And for that, really, capacity building is essential. The second big point that was highlighted in the midterm review, specific to countries in special situations, is the need to expand early warnings that save lives, that can save lives and livelihoods. At UNDRR, we have very robust data that shows that if there is an early warning system in place that warns the population in advance of a disaster, that can significantly reduce the impact of that disaster, significantly. So if investment in multi-hazard early warning systems that can then lead to early action, that's also a point that was really emphasized, the need to expand them. Third, the need to strengthen risk governance. And here there was a lot of talk really about the whole of government approach needed to integrate DRR into, as I was saying before, development, economic, and also climate policies. And when we talk about whole of government, it's also the different levels of government, reminding ourselves that often the first response to a disaster occurs at a more local level, right? And the government has to be prepared at these different levels. And finally, but maybe most importantly, countries really highlighted the need to enhance financing for resilience and to de-risk investments. So to integrate this really key issue of disaster risk reduction in development finance was really highlighted. Since we were asked for this panel to also talk a little bit about solutions and tools, I just want to present 4 tools and solutions that we have and that UNDRR engages in directly in Europe and in Asia with LLDCs. And here I'm going a little bit from the micro to the macro. So first, there are these subnational indexes for risk management, where UNDRR really helps different countries in the region, supports different countries in the region to develop these indexes. The idea is that they can then guide decision-making on prevention, preparedness, and disaster response. So a little bit going back to that topic of data, right? We need data, we need to be able to analyze and understand and apply the data. The second is the early warnings for all initiative, which I'm sure many here have heard about. It's a very ambitious and bold initiative launched by the Secretary General to spurn a groundbreaking effort to ensure that everyone on Earth is covered by life-saving early warning systems by the end of 2027. And actually, Tajikistan, Lao PDR, and Nepal are part of the first set of 30 countries that are being prioritized with the close support of UNDRR and the World Meteorological Organization, the 2 co-leads of this initiative. And national consultations are underway, including in Tajikistan. We have national consultations next week, which we are very excited about. Then going a little bit broader, there are many examples of regional cooperation, and I think we heard on this panel, but also previous panels yesterday about the importance of regional coordination for not only the corridors, but really alignment in trade and other aspects. And in this sense, there is this Center for Emergency Situations and Disaster Risk Reduction, which is based in Almaty, Kazakhstan, and which really supports the cooperation in disaster risk management in Central Asia. And finally, I would just like to mention also the first ever regional strategy for disaster risk reduction, also in Central Asia, which was adopted last year. So with these few examples, I want to just highlight that the path we must follow to disaster-proof development of LLDCs is clear. But now we must really incorporate this into action, and that includes incorporating it into the next program of action so it can be taken to scale. So thank you very much. UNDRI really stands ready to continue supporting these efforts. And of course, I'm ready for to respond to any questions and to engage with all delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Müller, for your presentation. Um, we have heard from the four speakers. It is now time for interaction discussion. Since we have some time, okay, I will open the floor for questions and comments or any interventions you may have. Okay. And for this purpose, and with the time limit, I would like to request that you limit your intervention to only 2 minutes. Okay. Now you have the floor. Okay.
Thank you. It's a comment. It's not a question. Just I would like to thank all the speakers for the wonderful presentation, especially the intervention from ESCAP. I have learned many things from your intervention. Thank you so much. Bangladesh is also a very vulnerable country to the impacts of climate change. We had record-breaking floods last year in 2022, and as you mentioned rightly, that the building resilience is not enough because we are with our limited capacity and resources, we are mobilizing our resources for renewable energy like solar home. Wind power is still under study in Bangladesh, and also hydroelectricity from cross-border trade. But still, that flood is causing a destruction on the construction of renewable energy and other things, that we have built something and then again flood destroyed that thing. So these are the consequences. And also I would like to highlight that the effects of climate change, the energy security is also related to the food security, and then a country like Bangladesh with huge population, it's a serious challenge in which what side would we go. So it's not only affecting the our daily livelihoods, the commercial outputs, the industrialization, everything is affected, and the food security is very important. Food, water, and energy, the nexus is very important. So also from UNDRR, you have mentioned rightly that it's not loss of lives, and also the mobility for the climate change. The people are moving from internal displacement, and also the cross-border displacement is also taking seriously, and this is also posing security threats to some extent. So when we would be the next program for the LLDC, and also we have raised this during in the platform of LDC also to bring all these issues when we talk about the tackling climate change. Also, I would like to last point is the health issue also. Bangladesh, we are facing due to the heavy rainfall and long this flood, we are facing serious dengue virus now, the disease that every day we are losing lives. So this health and climate nexus, food nexus, I hope that this would come in the next program of action. And when we talk about the review, we also review this and devise our action plan for the future actions. I think that your point on the Southeast Asian regions collaboration, and also the Central Asia region, the two examples you have said, it's a very good example to follow in the other parts of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bangladesh. Wanda, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I just also want to join to thank the panelists. I think we also have to thank the previous panel, which really took us through the transport connectivity now to energy transition. I think there is everything we need and there's a lot, and based on actually what the two countries shared with us. I think taking on from here is that we need to be on the table of negotiations when we are discussing the outcomes. We need to be really present. You need to bring these issues to be on the table so that they are reflected in the outcome. That is when we go to the substantive aspect of it, of the outcome document. And then secondly, probably the challenge, maybe I will ask ESCAP probably if you can share comments. The energy transition, LDCs are different levels of energy transition. So some of them, when you tell them to transition, some of the questions are transition from what? You cannot tell someone to jump from when he's starting to walk. So some of the, like our country, especially on the continent, it's a big challenge. We're ready to transition, but somehow, somewhere, resources are not available. The finances are not available to actually jump, not even to transition. Because when you're going to transition, you must be starting from a certain point. So this is something probably we'll have to study very carefully, how especially developing countries in the global south will have to jump to the renewable energy which is actually needed. And then lastly, it's the financing aspect of it. It's I think it's the elephant in the room. We need really to, domestic resource mobilization is not enough. It's completely not enough for developing countries, especially in the global south. And some of the countries can do that, but our experience is that it is not enough. And that's, I think you mentioned, and I was looking at the numbers that UN produced. When you look at the African continent, the way we're lacking, even from the interconnectivity of transport, what is missing is the money. But roadmaps have been has been developed. Even in this energy transition, studies have been done, feasibility studies have been done, cases have been presented. So what remains is actually the money aspect of it. That probably will have to be discussed in a spirit of a win-win situation. Lastly, I think is how do we create a critical mass, given the fact that we have had this good experience from the countries that presented, and then the fact that the statistics are very clear. The numbers are very clear, but how do we create a critical mass to make sure that these lessons learned are taken forward in the next program of action? For the UNDDR, I think you will have to really help us in terms of what do you think will need to be captured in the program of action, the next program of action, especially given the experience of UNDR. It will be very, very critical, probably even in New York. You engage probably with member states to see what can actually be captured in the next program of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further interventions? Bhutan, please.
Firstly, I would like to thank the esteemed panelists for the insightful and wonderful dialogue. I would like to second Your Excellency from Rwanda saying that domestic resource mobilization is not enough to tackle the issue of climate change, given the developing state of the most landlocked countries who are constrained by the limited domestic resources. There is need to garner greater and quicker investment in sustainable energy sources such as renewables as well as public transportation. So in this regard, the next program of action must focus on mobilizing innovative climate financing as well as availability of concessional borrowings, because in the absence of grants, countries have to access loans to finance the climate issue. So in that respect, more and greater concessional loans should be mobilized and made available. Aside from the investment opportunities, there is need to provide greater technical support in terms of capacity building in the areas of climate adaptation, mitigation, as well as program and data management. Because while availing climate financing, there is requirement for disaggregated data for for a longer period or for a long duration of time. So in that respect, data management capacity is also crucial. And finally, I would like to appraise that collaborative efforts, indeed it should be a global priority to remove green energy export tariffs, as well as, if not, subsidize the export of green energy for the purpose of making investment in green energy profitable and economically valuable. It should be a global effort because when the climate change impacts the world, there won't be a jury segregating the innocent from the guilty, the poor from the rich, and the vulnerable from the most resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. from Bhutan. Now, we still have some time. I would like to take one. Yes, yes, yeah. If no further intervention from the floor, I would like to give this time to Mr. I'm sorry, I didn't. Liu Hongpei from ESCAP.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I won't take long. I just want to respond to what our distinguished delegates from Bangladesh, Rwanda, and Bhutan. I really think you really just made a very good point from Bangladesh about how this renewable energy resilience for natural disasters. This is the challenge not only for LLDCs. This is the challenge for all countries, including developed countries, because renewable energy is really weather dependent. You need wind, you need solar, you need hydro. It's not, human can control this kind of natural flow. So we really need to have more weather resistance, disaster resistance kind of from the design, from technology itself, and also when you have the project, how to just select the right kind of technology. So I really think that's the big challenge for all countries. And also, I totally agree about the food security and the nexus, food security and the energy security. And, SG has a task force focused on this. This is really also, especially the current geopolitical issues, which cause a lot of these kind of challenges. And from our side, we work together with the different agencies at the national, regional level, and also the nexus issues is one of the approach to address energy security and energy sustainable energy development. And for South Asia, I think you also have an ongoing initiative to among different countries for cross-border connectivity, especially power system, the BBIN, the Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. So this is ongoing discussion for many years, but there's progress. And in this October, we are organizing a workshop specifically focused on BBIN here in Bangkok. And hopefully, all the countries will join this discussion and to find good solutions. And our distinguished delegates from Rwanda, I think you are right. This kind of domestic financing is really a big challenge for LLDCs. That's the fact. But we also see, when you divide your domestic market, there could be some of the market will have interest from the private sector, but some of the market, for example, we always say purely social project for energy access. You have to provide energy for everyone, universal access. But for some of this, like at the community level, at the remote area, the investment will not have a economic return or financial return. So that's purely the government's responsibility. You have to use the public budget to support it. But there's definitely the market, the private sector can make profit. And that I really think, a kind of the market segment, development and the policies to support this kind of investment. Of course, we always call the global South need additional support financially from the North. So the South-North cooperation, South-South cooperation, that's always provide solutions for this. And we also see the energy services regarding the energy transition for LLDCs should, kind of leapfrog. We cannot follow the old path from the past. So that means that those LLDC countries, you may start from renewables rather than fossil fuels. So that renewable energy is locally available, but definitely the challenge is investment and also technology. So that could be the solution, how to mobilize this kind of technology and financial support. And also our colleague from Bhutan, I think, mentioned a great kind of idea about how to include this kind of things into next action plan. I think this could be a good area for member countries to think about how to just mobilize support technically and also financially for energy transition for LLDCs. I really think this is very important on climate action and also to achieve sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now time is approaching the end, so I would like to ask the speakers if you would like to have the last words for the audience. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll keep my remarks very, very short. Just wanted to for one, really acknowledge what was shared by the delegate of Bangladesh. It is very important to keep in mind all these other effects that these type of disasters have. Also, the health-climate nexus is well heard and noted. And also the comments made by the ambassador of Rwanda. Thank you so much for these contributions. We are very ready to support delegates as they start informals and just their thoughts on the next program of action. UNDRR, please see us as resources. We're resource people, me, the entire team in New York included, and also the regional teams, which are represented here. Actually, a colleague of mine from the Bangkok offices is also listening into this meeting. We can provide data, we can provide advice so that you're best informed when making your decisions. And on that note, also to say, as UNDRR, we are also preparing our kind of contribution in the sense of what we can offer, our offer of support of UNDRR to the LLDCs as they work on risk-proofing their development. So thank you very much.
I just would like to thank all the panelists and delegates who made interventions today for this very important, very hot topic for all of us. And I just would like to say that it is important to create equal opportunities for all countries, especially LLDCs and LDCs, for the access for the renewable energy, access for the funding. Only by such work we can achieve all our goals and move toward a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end. I would like to thank the distinguished speakers and all of you for your valuable contribution and input and experience that you have shared. In concluding the meeting, let me highlight a few points that have raised in the discussion. We know that renewable energy should be the only option for us in the future, as mentioned by the speakers. However, its sufficient investment as well as donor fund in this energy sector is well known. How can we address this in the future? As Mr. endorsed the comment from Bhutan, we may have to include this in the future program of action. Okay. And Also, renewable energy also vulnerable to natural disaster risk. And Madame Muller mentioned about the impact of natural disaster on human life, on economic loss, on a lot of things. She has good data presented to her, for us. Okay. And I think regional cooperation also has been raised in this discussion. With this, I would like to conclude the session and thank you all for your active participation and contribution. Please join me to give a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good.
It's very important.
Yes, yes. Actually, we work with your government in Cambodia, the ministry.
Thank you. I don't have the name.
But I can find it. Yeah. But there's any interest, for any project or activity capacity building in Cambodia?
Yes, I would love.
Yeah.
And
Talk about the energy transition,
yes,
climate action.
because I'm working on the education.
I see.
So this one.
Energy is very important. Yeah. Very good.
So I have several groups.
Yes, yes. Yeah, very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Pushed already.
you very much. Yes. We work with that. Thank you very well. Thank you. Yes, I saw it on the thing. Looking forward to it. Yeah, we work with this. I bet you know main parts, but we provide support. There's the support. I know Oscar Fernandez. Yeah. In New York. Yes, yes, wonderful. Okay, he's the director. So great.
So good morning to everyone. So let's move to the next panel, number 5. So title of the panel is Means of Implementation and Partnership and Follow-up and the Review of the Action Plan. So honorable ministers and excellencies and distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel 5 of the Eurasia Regional Review meeting. And my name is Enkbold Vorshilov. I'm the ambassador and permanent representative of Mongolia to the United Nations in New York. And I'll be the moderator of this session. So our session this morning aims to discuss the experience in the domestic and international resource mobilization and ways to facilitate the mobilization of the required resources, including innovative finance to promote sustainable development in the Eurasian landlocked developing countries and enhance resilience to various shocks. We also will focus on how to enhance the ability of the landlocked developing countries to leverage domestic resources and take full advantage of international support from the traditional development partners and the countries of the South. We hope to identify to increase the access to concessional windows of finance and address debt burdens of the landlocked developing countries. So there are 3 guiding questions for this panel discussion, and I would like to just highlight one of them. And this question is, how can the UN development system and traditional development partners to better support of the means of implementation in the new decade of the implementation of action plan? So, and with that, we have honor to have 5 distinguished panelists, and on my left, Ms. Yoshiko Motoyama, Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to ESCAP, and she is the chief of the international organizations of the Embassy of Japan in Thailand. And also on my right, I have Ms. Dima Al-Khatib, Director of the UN Office for the South-South Cooperation. And also I have on this panel Mr. David McLachlan Carr, Regional Director for the Regional Office of the Asia Pacific and Development Coordination Office. So it's my honor to have such distinguished panelists and speakers for this panel. And of course, I kindly asked all the speakers to abide by the time limit which is given by the organizers. And of course, after the speaker's presentation, I will open the floor for the interaction with our speakers. So without further ado, now I'd like to invite Ms. Yoshiko Motoyama, Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to ESCAP. And you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the floor. I will try to respond to some of the guiding questions given for this panel discussions. In our view, the Vienna Program of Action has been instrumental in orchestrating international support to the causes of LLDCs by highlighting and setting clear priority areas for these countries' economic and social development, establishing clear targets to be achieved over the next decade. And this is probably something we should be striving again for the coming decade, taking into account gaps and lessons learned from the past decade. As many speakers noted yesterday, clearly there has been some progresses as well as challenges in achieving these goalposts over the past years. As for the challenges, the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and recent geographic conflicts have certainly added an extra layer of difficulties for LLDCs. These have led to high logistic-related costs, which has exacerbated the geographic vulnerabilities of LLDCs. So LLDCs still need to develop high-quality infrastructure and ICT networks that can allow for the free movement of people and goods, trade facilitation, economic resilience, and climate change mitigation. So to meet these needs, the government of Japan over the years has been assisting LLDC's efforts to address the transportation bottlenecks that impede this free movement of people and goods. Roads and air transport play important roles in addressing the geographic vulnerabilities of LLDCs, and Japan has contributed toward the facilitation of logistics, bridging regional disparities, and economic revitalization in the recipient countries and neighboring countries. As a symbolic example of enhancing transportation capacity and connectivity, Japan is currently supporting Kyrgyzstan and neighboring countries to help develop facilities to address obstacles caused by heavy snowfall and the replacement of aging bridges on international main road networks. In countries where air connectivity is important to ensure free movement of people and goods, such as Mongolia and Lao PDR, Japan is providing support for the construction of expansion of the international airports through concessional loans with the aid of the private sector. Well, we think that it's important to continue to facilitate domestic as well as international investments to these to enhance connectivity and build out critically needed infrastructure so that LLDCs can build links to develop other peripheral sectors to support their economies. However, to make these investments sustainable, conveying the effects of the projects are absolutely key. We observe that lack of robust, consistent, and timely data remained a significant obstacle in monitoring the progress made in the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. And this poses a challenge for policymakers and the international development partners to timely identify the gaps and take appropriate responses. And importantly, lack of data and transparent reporting, predictable rules and regulations can also act as a significant deterrent to private investments, as fiduciary reporting duties tend to rise in a rising interest rate environment, which we are in today. We therefore encourage building and call for action to help create enabling environment for investment and financing, especially in sectors that help LLDCs to diverse away their vulnerabilities. We think it would be useful in the next program of action to call on the international community, particularly the international regional financial institutions, the UN system, and other development partners to strengthen the financial and technical assistance programs for improving the institutional capacities of the LLDCs to enable efficient and effective monitoring, data reporting, and evaluation of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action, in recognition that this spurs further resource mobilization efforts from all sources. Furthermore, FDI public-private partnerships, blended finance, and other innovative financial strategies should be leveraged more effectively in promoting growth and structural challenges in the LLDCs. Sovereign debt burden, we understand, is also weighing on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. The G20 and the Paris Club agreed to grant certain low-income countries, including some least developed countries in the Asia-Europe region, a postponement of payment for certain public debts through the Debt Service Suspension Initiative and the Common Framework for Debt Treatments after DSSI. Japan has also implemented debt payment postponements in response to these requests and have granted such treatment for 17 DSSI-eligible countries, totaling about 111.4 billion yen. Japan will continue to emphasize the importance of debt transparency and the implementation of transparent and fair debt measures among all creditor countries and respond to such issues based on international agreements. We also concur with UNDR on the importance of mainstreaming DRR in the next program of action and the need to enhance financing for resilience and integrate DRR into development finance, a message that we also emphasized and highlighted at the most recent G7 summit that we hosted and at the ESCAP's Committee on DRR very recently. So to conclude, we think that the following key actions are necessary over the next decade. First, it's important to continue to promote dialogues and cooperation with LLDC countries as equal partners, supporting self-help efforts and strengthening coordinated action among various donor governments and development partners such as the private sector, NGBs, and international organizations and civil society to close the gaps and to ensure a high-quality, resilient, and sustainable economic development of LLDCs. And second, it's important to continue to support efforts such as those undertaken by the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement, taking into account the recent OECD report that documented that the implementation of these agreements had led to the promotion of trade and ultimately contributed to economic development. We welcome the engagement and recent active participation of LLDCs in the Trade Facilitation Committee. And third, it's essential to promote the expansion of funding from all sources beyond ODA, given the rising indebtedness of governments since the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very insightful, comprehensive presentation. And now let me turn to the next speaker at the panel. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Dina Al-Khatib, Director of the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, Excellencies and distinguished participants and colleagues. It is a privilege to take part of the review of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for the LLDCs in the Euro-Asia region, and an honor to now join this distinguished panel to help shape our collective thinking on priority number 6 of the program. South-South and Triangle cooperation is recognized in the Vienna Program of Action for its role in facilitating exchange on best practices, human and productive capacity building, financial and technical assistance, and technology transfer on mutually agreed terms. It is a mechanism, in essence, for making it possible for a developing country to gain what is necessary to reach the ambitions and the aspirations framed in the program, while imparting the same benefit to a fellow developing country on terms that do not impose burdens. So collective self-reliance, mutual benefit, national ownership, and respect for sovereignty, these are the principles that guided this modality of development cooperation and established it as one of the most meaningful demonstrations of solidarity in the global community. The trends have been positive and promising. We've heard a lot of examples in the past day and today. And looking back at the last 10 years of the VPOA implementation, as well as the last 8 years of SDG implementation, South-South and Triangle cooperation has grown significantly, both in terms of number and scope. Only on our online solution platforms called the Galaxy, South-South Galaxy, we have gathered more than 900 such cooperation addressing a wide range and area of challenges since its launch only 4 years ago. This modality of cooperation is dynamic and has evolved with the unfolding of global and regional shocks and crises. It has been applied to address traditional and continuing areas of needs such as food security, as well as new emerging ones such as the impact of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. And here in this region, it was instrumental in delivering support after natural disasters and in delivering much needed vaccines during the pandemic. It also advanced regional cooperation and integration, such as the formulation of an inclusive socioeconomic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic by the ASEAN with the UN. And since the adoption of the VPOA, we have also seen partnerships rise among and for the Global South. As we have heard also for the past day and today, South-South trade has been increasing. As of mid-2022, it was significantly higher than in 2019, level by 50%, while trade among developed countries increased only by 28%. Also, some of the most significant changes we have seen in the last decades happened right here in this region. Countries that were once categorized as developing now take pride in stronger economies and have stepped up to the plate in terms of providing support to neighbors. They are our new partners, and we're privileged to work with them and have the support, for example, of China, South Korea, and Thailand, among others, either as sponsors of our trust funds or partners on the ground on key initiatives. We are also seeing the private sector, civil society, and research institutions engage more in this space. Excellencies and colleagues, we need to reflect in the next program of action the evolution of South-South alongside the shifts in the development landscape to leverage its many forms and range of partners effectively for the LLDCs. At UNOSSE, we are enhancing our efforts on many fronts, including responding to the call for greater integrated support from member states. We have been working with the resident coordinator system to help develop guidelines that will help country teams respond more systematically to requests for support under the leadership of the UN resident coordinators and through regional collaborative frameworks. We are scaling up efforts to increase access to knowledge, expertise, and resources crucial for addressing complex, interlocking development challenges, including in areas raised at the 21st session of the High-Level Committee on South-South Cooperation, such as funding and financing, science and innovation, digital transformation, human and productive capacity building, among others. Also, through our trust funds, we have been supporting knowledge sharing and advisory services on many of those areas. And examples are very wide. I give examples, for example, hydropower usage in Nepal, digital finance infrastructure and connectivity in Malawi and Zambia, agricultural development in Eswatini and Zimbabwe, and research and economic diversification of landlocked developing countries, Mongolia, Nepal, Bhutan, and Paraguay, through the different trust funds that we do manage. We're also looking for helping resource mobilization efforts for the LLDCs, leveraging our long-standing collaboration with champion countries like India, China, Thailand, and the Arab Coordination Group. And we are ready to support the monitoring and follow-up of the next program of action in alignment with the SDGs through a recently launched handbook on integrating South-South and triangular cooperation in voluntary national reviews. Excellencies and colleagues, the global community recognizes the immense value of cooperation among developing countries, working on common challenges and goals, and have acknowledged the wider areas of exchange and assistance Global South countries provide each other for mutual benefit. In the BAPA Plus 40, member states have reinforced commitments and extended them to encompass wider areas to respond to new and emerging challenges. With this, we stand ready to continue leveraging them for the LLDCs through a successor program of action that reflects greater role for and commitment to South-South cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dina Al-Khatib, for the insightful and intensive presentation on your cooperation with the LLDCs and the implementation of the Vienna program of action and also your ambitions. Microphone. So thank you very much, Ms. Dina Al-Khatib, for a very insightful and comprehensive presentation on your cooperation with landlocked developing countries during the last 10 years for the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action and also your plans for the next decade. I'm very encouraged to hear your ambition and plans for the next decade. And also in your presentation, you mentioned that actually this model of cooperation is being very dynamic, and also emerging areas are now come up with, for example, climate change and COVID-19 issues and many other things, and also trade for the landlocked countries increased drastically than the OECD countries, and some developing countries like China, Korea, Thailand also they made a lot of contribution, especially on the trust fund and so many other things. And especially you just mentioned that actually in the next decade, you are envisioning that it will be the evolution for the cooperation. So I'm very encouraged to hear about that. So thank you very much. And also, I just didn't comment on the presentation on the Ms. Yoshika Motoyama, Deputy Foreign Representative of Japan. I think, yes, I do agree that you just mentioned that Japan is one of the leading and important development tradition partner in the region, not only for LLDCs, but for other countries. So I completely agree on that. And also you did mention about FDI and private public partnership and things. I think maybe there will be many other questions. And most importantly, the Ms. Yoshika Motoyama just mentioned about the G20 Paris Club decisions on the postponement of the debt burden for the least developed some countries. This is something also very interesting for the LLDC country. So thank you very much for these two presentations. And now I would like to invite our next panelist and speaker, David McLachlan, Regional Director of the Regional Office for Asia Pacific Development Coordination Office. And you have the floor, Mr. David McLachlan. Please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And what a pleasure to be on this podium with the Director of the Office for South-South Cooperation and a representative of the Government of Japan. On behalf of the UN Development Coordination Office, let me really thank the Office for the High Representative for Least Developed Countries, landlocked developing countries and small island developing states for this kind invitation to join a discussion which I hope we can bring together some very concrete examples of where country teams are more effectively delivering on behalf of LLDCs. I'll frame my comments, as I did yesterday, within the context of the UN reform program of the development system. And I really would like to sort of demonstrate that we are working and we are playing a greater role to support the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action to enable the achievement of the SDGs in the LLDCs, but also to respond to their very particular needs for development in a landlocked context. At the national level, and given the light of the UN reforms launched by Secretary General Guterres, some concrete examples of UNCTs under the leadership of resident coordinators where we're making a difference for LLDCs would be, I think, a good example in Laos PDR. It's a country that is both an LLDC and an LDC, but the resident coordinator's office and the whole UN country team over the past few years in devising the new cooperation framework have continued their support on the development of a national smooth transition strategy for LDC graduation through a dedicated coordination mechanism on LDC graduation under the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. This has been coordinated and led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the government lead, but working very much with bringing best practices for LDC graduation to the government and to smooth the way for Laos moving into middle income status. In addition, the cooperation framework in the Laos PDR includes a major focus on private sector development, skills and digitalization, which coordinates UN work on trade and integration into more global and regional value chains. Under the leadership of the resident coordinator, the UNCT in Laos PDR has explored the complementarity between the Vienna Program of Action and the Doha Program of Action, as Laos, of course, is still an LDC country. I think these are examples of where the smooth graduation strategy process is really moving the needle on how post-reform UNDS can work more effectively on major cross-cutting issues. And we're receiving positive feedback from the government and other partners about this more coherent UN system working as one on the graduation. I'm also presenting a couple of examples from my colleague, the Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia, based in Istanbul, who's not able to be here. But in Moldova, the new cooperation framework, which has just been launched, captures most of the priority areas spelled out in the Vienna Programme of Action, specifically on energy and information communications technology infrastructure, on trade facilitation, on regional integration, and structural economic transformation. Furthermore, the UN is contributing to the EU's work on Moldova's accession status, which was submitted by the UN country team in April 2023, and it covers also issues of the progress but challenges and recommendations highlighted in all 6 VPOA priority actions. The new UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework addresses the provisions set forth in the Vienna Programme of Action, keeping persons with disabilities, vulnerable women, children, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, LGBTQ, and other vulnerable segments of the population in focus, to leave no one behind in the context of the new cooperation framework. In Tajikistan, the resident coordinator has provided support to the host government in harnessing the UN's coordinated inputs for the preparation of the Voluntary National Report, VNR, which focuses on green structural transformation and touches on many of the Vienna Programme of Action priority areas. Also, the RC and UNCT's contribution has been catalytic in supporting the UN's contribution to the development of the National Green Economy Strategy 2023-2037 for Tajikistan. In Turkmenistan, all 6 priorities of the VPOA have been analysed by the country team with special emphasis on trade facilitation, accession to WTO, cross-border trade procedures and transit policies, and the cooperation aims to strengthen conditions for sustainable and inclusive economic diversification with competitive private and financial sectors, enhance trade and investment promotion, and the adoption of new technologies. As a result of UN-facilitated policy dialogue, the government of Turkmenistan has acceded to 6 UNECI conventions on transport and the ratification of ESCAP's Asia-Pacific Cross-Border Paperless Trade Facilitation Agreement. In Mongolia, Ambassador, your country, the resident coordinator, Tapan Mishra, has been working with the government to coordinate UN support in 7 distinct 10-year programs on human development, on social development, on economic and infrastructure development, on regional development, on environment and climate change, governance and national competitiveness. The resident coordinator, jointly with ESCAP, has supported macroeconomic modelling of different policy options to build forward better after the COVID pandemic, and has also been working on preparation of an investment strategy for the government. Last year in September, the Ministry of Digital Development and Communications, in collaboration with the UN Mongolia and ESCAP, organised the first ever global digital dialogue to exchange experiences from different countries on how to implement digital transformation strategies. Lastly, as part of the comprehensive report, the resident coordinator in Mongolia has reported that they're leading the development of a joint proposal with OHRLLS, DESA, and UNCTAD on economic transformation in landlocked countries, developed and financed by the Peace and Development Trust Fund, focusing on trade and investment policies and how to upscale the same. So these are just a few examples. I could cite many, many more, but let me conclude by saying that, while significant progress is being made to support LLDCs, there is a lot of work still to be done. But I'm hoping that through the Development Coordination Office and the logic of the reform program, that UN country teams will be better prepared, better focused to leverage their mandates collectively and deliver on one programs and really increase our value add, I think, at the country level to create a SDG acceleration, but also, as I said, to specifically support the very particular needs of the LLDCs. And I hope that we are making progress to the satisfaction of our member states. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Mr. David McLaughlin Carr, for your very insightful presentation on your activities, and especially you have just mentioned about Secretary General's initiative to have an efficient UN development system for the member countries, and you just taken some best practices of the landlocked development countries. And also you just mentioned that also a lot needs to be done for those countries. So thank you very much for the presentations of all the panelists, the excellent panelists. And now I would like to open the floor for the comments from the audience and participants and for the questions. And then I'll ask the panelists to answer the questions. So please raise your flag and present your country and name. And if questions are addressed to the particular panelist, please name. Thank you very much. So I recognize the distinguished delegate from China. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thanks for the impressive presentations from the panelists. Helping LLDCs and other countries in special situations to achieve sustainable development is a vivid manifestation of leaving no one behind. The international community should earnestly facilitate the mobilization of development resources and support the development of LLDCs with practical actions. As a responsible major developing country and a natural member of the Global South, China has been actively engaging in win-win cooperation with LLDCs. Over the past decade, since the inception of Belt and Road Initiative, China's FDI in countries along the Belt and Road has reached more than 180 billion US dollar, of which the capital stock in Central Asia now is more than 15 billion US dollar. Over the past 2 years, since the inception of Global Development Initiative, China has been continuously increasing financial input in global development. The GDI, the Global Development and South-South Cooperation Fund, has been set up with increased value to 4 billion US dollar in total, and the GDI pool has included nearly 200 practical programs. Facing complex challenges, the international community should respond in unity and help LLDCs regain development momentum. Developing countries should actively promote South-South and trilateral cooperation and strengthen mutual assistance and experience sharing. Developed countries should earnestly fulfill their commitments to international development cooperation, step up financial and technical support for LLDCs. Stakeholders, including private sectors, multilateral financial institutions, as well as social organizations, should take actions together to support LLDCs to obtain development finance and innovate development financing mechanisms to pool the most extensive resources for global common development. We should help LLDCs establish supporting mechanisms such as investment promotion centers and capacity building centers to improve their own capability. UN agencies such as the UNOHRLLS could play a greater role in prioritizing support for LLDCs and countries in special situations on the agenda, and in strengthening the implementation and supervision of relevant programs. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China, for your intervention. Thank you. And yes, I recognize Rwanda. So DPR of Rwanda to United Nations. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I want to join to thank the panelists. Thank you for really shaping the conversation and providing the inputs. The topic you discussed is one of the goals. Goal 17 or SDGs is on partnership and means of implementation. And this is something that when we're reviewing the goals, I think it's where we've been very slow in terms of helping to achieve the other goals. And I think during the negotiations of the SDGs, it was intended to make it the last goal, goal 17, to see that when we have listed everything, at the end of the day, we need partnership, we need means of implementation. And when we unpack it, means of implementation, I think we see what we need to do, where we are lagging. On this, countries, especially from developing countries, are in debt stress, serious debt stress. Some of them are in, others are almost heading to that direction. So a careful discussion going forward in the next program of action, I think we'll have to reflect on the issues of debt and how multilateral institutions, financial institutions need to be at the center stage in terms of helping developing countries and particularly LDCs to achieve their goals and then their targets. And lastly, I think one of the guiding questions is how can the UN help, especially the office in charge of UNHLS. I think they need to move beyond advocacy for LLDCs and monitoring. Now we have the resident coordinatorship in our countries. I think going forward, we need to see what will be the role of the resident coordinators in the implementation and integrating some of the program of action into our national policies. And they follow very closely, not just probably to speak on behalf of LLDCs and then probably Monday, but how are you going to meaningfully contribute to the implementation itself of the next program of action. I think that would be a very good thing. I don't think it was there, but I think it would be very, very good. And of course, under the leadership of the UNHRS. That would be, I think, very, very important. But more importantly, in the means of implementation and partnership, at some point, we need to unpack them. The means of implementation and then partnership. Sometimes we give them, but we don't unpack it at the end of the day. Going forward during the negotiations, I think we need to have a very serious conversation on that and how it's going to be reflected in the new outcome document, so that it's tangible, it's measurable, it's a guiding tool that all of us will have to be following and then knocking on other partners to implement that. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished participants from Rwanda. I think it's comment, and on the other hand, I found that maybe this is the question to all the panelists. So panelists got the points, and hopefully I will ask the panelists to answer on that question, especially how to support the OHR-LLS and how regional coordinators will cooperate with LLDCs to implement the action plan. So many concrete questions I just found in your intervention. So now I see the colleague from the World Trade Organization. Yes, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. I just wanted to intervene here to mention that the WTO manages the Trade Facilitation Assistance Agreement Facility, and the objective of this facility is to help members of the WTO implement the Trade Facilitation Agreement. And under the facility, we have basically two types of funding that are available. One is project preparation grants, which would cover up to a maximum of $30,000. And this would be mostly very helpful for LLDCs when trying to prepare projects for receiving donor funding. And the other type of assistance that we have is that if a donor is not found, then we have also project implementation grants up to a maximum of $200,000. Well, as you can see, that's not very much, and it wouldn't probably be enough to cover infrastructure. So that's why it's also very important that the donors present here also make their availability to finance trade facilitation projects known to the trade facilitation agreement facility. So because the main objective or the main role of the facility is to provide that matchmaking service between the countries asking for support for implementing trade facilitation measures and the donors that have funding available for this type of projects. Thank you.
Thank you for this very useful information for our colleagues from the landlocked developing countries. Our colleague from WTO just mentioned two particular projects for project. First one is 30,000 to fund their projects, and second is up to 200,000 for its grant project. So thank you very much. This is very useful information, and again, that actually implementation of the trade facilitation agreement is crucially important for the landlocked countries because, as I mentioned yesterday, that our trade costs and logistic costs and transport costs always higher than the other countries. So that's why most of our member countries development is lower than others. So thank you very much. And with that, any other delegates want to take the floor for this? Yes, Bangladesh. I recognize Bangladesh and distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to know from the representative from WTO that is it the, if I miss this, is it the first amount 30,000? Is it for the preparation of the project for and the second one is if we don't get any donor, so that finance can support that. The first one, is it for the preparation of the project?
Yes, that is correct. The first one is up to 30,000 is to help any member, LLDC or non-LLDC, to prepare the necessary documentation that would be presented to the donors in order to receive the funding from the donor. So in this case, the donor is not the trade facilitation agreement facility. It would be another donor, but we would help the member prepare the documentation necessary to apply for that financing from the donors. And the second one is if no donor is found, as I said, we can provide a certain funding for implementation of trade facilitation measures or projects, but that's limited up to an amount of 200,000. So it cannot really cover much in terms of hard infrastructure, but it could be useful, for example, in implementing some digitalization projects for trade facilitation measures, etc.
No, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It's a great support. I would like to highlight here that it's very important to get support in preparing the projects because we have seen sometimes if there are funds are available, but getting that funds, accessibility to that fund is also a challenge for LDC and LLDCs because the Green Climate Fund, we have only 2 organizations in Bangladesh that can meet the criteria for submitting the project. I mean, they have the capacity, and here we lack so much capacity in many countries. So that sort of initiatives, when we discuss about the means of implementation, is very important that we we get support in, because we sometimes do not know, we do not understand how to, go for access this fund. It's not only for Bangladesh, for all other countries also. I'm sure that this sort of information is really helpful, and when we go for the next phase of this program, Vienna Program of Action, our recommendation is to highlight this, that we need whatever fund is available, the global partners need to support us to get that fund, easy accessibility, and that should be the mode of getting the fund should be transparent. The global partnership would be really meaningful if we can assure that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention, a distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. And she just touched upon a very important point that sometimes the funds are available, but accessibility to these funds are really an issue for the landlocked countries and the countries in special needs. I hope that our panelists, distinguished panelists, will respond to your questions. So with that, any other questions or comments from the floor? If not, I will ask our distinguished panelists to answer the questions and comments raised by our distinguished participants. And first, I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Dima Al-Khatib, Director of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, to especially, I kindly ask you to answer the question raised by my colleague from Rwanda. So, yes, please.
To comment on the comment. Yeah.
Comment.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reinforce the point that you made in terms of mainstreaming within the UN work, because at the end of the day, the powerhouse of the UN lies within the UN teams on the ground, right? Whether those specialized agencies, but also the role of the coordinator in terms of bringing that as part of the UN development cooperation frameworks, which are the frameworks of cooperation between the system and the country in question. And here I just wanted to mention that we have definitely realized that as part of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, we are closely working with DCO, the regional commissions, and the UN system-wide to develop what we call the UNCT guidelines for mainstreaming South-South and triangle cooperation at the country's level. And this is extremely important because we can keep talking till forever, but if we don't have real translation into programmatic actions that is based on the needs of the countries, on the consultations with the stakeholders, be it government, be it civil society, be it private sector, then we will not reach where we want to get to. So thank you for raising that point. And I also want to congratulate Rwanda, because Rwanda is one of the few countries that has institutionalized South-South cooperation. And you do have a national entity with whom I had the pleasure to have a conversation last week. So extremely powerful move by Rwanda to institutionalize that type of cooperation at the national level. The other point that I wanted to make, I also wanted to thank the representative of China, with whom we have a very close collaboration on extremely important aspects of South-South cooperation in key areas. And I want to note here that we have just concluded a second iteration of an important training on e-commerce for member states, because here we're talking about the VPOA, we're talking about enhancing trade, enhancing capacities, and this has been extremely successful. So thank you for the collaboration, and hopefully more to come. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. And now, thank you, Ms. Dima Al-Khatib, for your answers to the posed questions and comments. And now I'd like to invite Ms. Yoshika Motoyama, Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan, to share your views on the question. And Maybe I would also kindly ask you to share your views on the question posed by distinguished delegate from Bangladesh, and of course for other questions. It's up to your convenience, please.
Just quickly on the point made by Bangladesh about the efficiency, the issue of efficiency of access to financing for some of these multilateral mechanisms, such as the GCF. And I can say certainly on the GEF, which I actually used to cover not so long ago, the issue about access to these multilateral funds has been raised in a lot of the bodies outside of these funding entities. And these are entities that actually fund to implement international treaties, right, related to the environment or the climate. And so they are governed by a specific rules and regulations that are agreed by both donor and recipient states. It's a very long process that is linked to the replenishment process. So it's codified. And so the issue of efficiency of access really varies quite widely by countries. It may be the case that LLDCs have a tougher time clearing the hurdles, but once you clear the hurdles of simply really following the rules and the procedures, it can be quite efficient. The other issue I think that leads to that variance from our observation is the effectiveness of national committees that deal with policy coherence on the issues related to the project. And if the specific national stakeholder is not involved, et cetera, then it leads to a lot of time loss. So it's really a lot of internal coordination as well as really the understanding of the rules and regulations. But I think it would be important to discuss with these focal points in your country that deals with those funds to improve that situation from our experience. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yoshika Matayama. May I also kindly ask you to comment on the points raised by our colleague from Rwanda regarding the debt burden? And in your presentation, you did mention that in the Paris Club and the G7 countries also, they made a decision to postpone the debt burden. So this is something also to comment on his points. So can you just share your views on that?
Well, I think my presentation kind of hit the key points on that one. And our policies that we go with international agreements, we really believe in the transparency of the process and the debt situation of countries to use that.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to invite our panelist, David McLachlan-Carr, and please share your views.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank the distinguished representative of China for enunciating some of the innovations that China is certainly pioneering through the Global Development Initiative, through Belt and Road, to promote investment, particularly in Central Asia and other areas. And I think your call for a more coordinated approach among the parties is something that our resident coordinator, Sid Chatterjee, in Beijing is certainly very much wanting to link global thinking around some of China's GDI policies with broader conversation on the most efficacious ways to deliver on development assistance. So thank you very much for highlighting China's important and valuable contribution to that. If I may, the distinguished representative of Rwanda raised some very interesting and good questions on SDG 17 and partnerships. Many people would say that that's the elephant in the room. I mean, it's all about a global coalition for development if we're actually going to pull our countries out of poverty. And those partnerships are absolutely critical. If I may give a plug for the SDG Summit, which is coming up next month in New York. And I think at that summit, the Secretary General is very much hoping to have a much more global conversation on how to accelerate the SDG achievement through more robust partnerships, particularly with the IFIs and international financial institutions. How do they play a role in the debt indebtedness issue that you mentioned, the debt stress that so many countries, because I think that there are almost parallel conversations happening about that. Whereas I feel if you're going to be serious about the SDGs, you need to integrate that discussion on IFI reform as part of that conversation. It was interesting, the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, had a very passionate conversation where she mentioned that the next SDG summit should not be just seen as another UN conference, but it's half time on the SDGs. And she said, games are only won in the second half. So we're hoping that the next 7.5 years of the SDG summit will be a very exciting time, and a lot more innovation will come up. You mentioned the role of the RCs, and I think this is the director for the UNOSSC also mentioned. Country teams, I think, now are seeing an empowered leadership to try and deliver more. We've seen a lot of fragmentation on agencies, funds and programs efforts. I think coming together under the rubric of a single cooperation framework that delivers on national aspirations for development, we're going to see and have more impact. So that issue needs to definitely be looked at. The SDG Trust Fund is something else that the Secretary General will launch next month. The Trust Fund is not new, but the ambition is to raise $1 billion for fast-track developments and accelerated SDG achievement, particularly in the LLDCs. Of course, it's up to the member states to decide on how that will be, the funding will be raised and used, but I would suggest that it's a great opportunity coming up next month to really drive home some of the points that you made about the debt stress, the need for acceleration, but need more focus on LLDC in terms of poverty alleviation and SDG acceleration. It's a great opportunity. So sorry, Mr. Mr. Moderator, I wanted to throw that in because it's a very important UN conference coming up next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very important conference coming up, and this time during the high-level week we will have the SDG summit, and so SDG issues are now very critical for everyone. Okay, thank you very much. And I see the flag of your WTO. So
yes, very quickly to say that the Trade Facilitation Agreement Facility website is also a very useful resource, and there. If you go to the website, you will see that you have a list of donors, and usually one of the problems is like, where do countries go to get information on what is the process that each donor would require to apply for a grant or for some project funding, and you can have that information there. It's available in the Trade Facilitation Agreement Facilities. For example, I just went to the information on Japan, and it's stated there that the Japanese embassies are the contact points that need to be contacted for any developing country wanting to obtain assistance from Japan. And also you have the list of the embassies for Japan, and as well as for reference information on the type of projects that are funded by JICA. So that it's probably a first step of where to go when trying to figure out how to obtain funding for a particular project on trade facilitation.
Thank you. And any other questions? If otherwise, more comments? Okay. If this is the case, we are a bit early. We are concluding our session a bit early. And first of all, I would like to ask our participants to give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists for their excellent presentations and their sharing their views and for their very valuable information. So, and also I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants for a very active and rich interactive discussion for this panel. And thank you very much. And it concludes this session. And next session, panel 6 will start at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
What a pleasure. I met you once in New York. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, also on this, thank you. Yeah, from the early
Good afternoon. Welcome back to procedure of this afternoon. And my name is Ishmael Dabuta. I'm the DPR of the Botswana Mission to the United Nations. And I welcome you to this afternoon session. We will be dealing with what I consider the most important of this process, which is the discussion on the priorities of the next program of action for the LLDCs. I have the privilege to moderate this crucial panel discussion that will explore elements for the next decade-long program of action for the LLDCs, considering the imperative to accelerate the COVID-19 pandemic recovery and achieve the SDGs. As you are all aware, Botswana is currently the chair of the LLDCs, and we are steadfastly committed to playing an important role to ensuring that the priorities of the forthcoming program of action are aligned with the unique needs of and challenges of the Euro-Asia landlocked developing countries. My take from the discussions since the opening session is that much more needs to be done to achieve the goals that we set for ourselves in Vienna. We have heard since yesterday about the achievements made, the remaining gaps, and opportunities for accelerating sustainable development in the LLDCs. The upcoming third UN conference of the LLDCs will present an opportunity for strengthening global support and multi-stakeholder partnerships to close these existing gaps and seize the opportunities that are available. Kigali must build on the foundation laid in Vienna and deliver tangible and sustainable solutions for LLDCs. And the series of the review meetings we've had over the last 3 months marks the first step towards achieving that objective. And to kickstart these important discussions, we have a panel of distinguished speakers. And allow me to thank them and on my own behalf and on behalf of the organizers for agreeing to participate and contribute to this very important meeting, especially on this particular important discussion. Each of the speakers will be given 5 minutes to make their presentations. And given that time is of essence, I will request that the distinguished panelists maintain and stick to the 5 minutes allocated to them. And at the end of their presentation, there will be an opportunity for an interactive discussions, and I invite you all to take part. And our distinguished panelists as follows. And on my left, I have Mr. Michael Schmisser, the Charge d'Affaires of the Austrian Embassy in Bangkok. I also have Mr. Nikolai Pomshekhinov, the Director of ESCAP, Sub-Regional Office for the North and Central Asia, on my far left. And on my right, I have Mr. Dalgam Damdin Odd, the Executive Director of International Think Tank for LLDCs. On the right, further right, I have Mr. Jed Trugman, Manager of Regional Program and Global Policy Network for UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub. And last but not least, I have on my right, Mr. Ruel Janssens, Secretary to the Working Party on Transport Trends and Economics, Sustainable Transport Division, Transport Facilitation and Economic Section, United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Sorry, I was going to say Africa. And to start our conversation, I'll give the floor to Mr. Schmisser, the Charge d'Affaires of the Austrian Embassy in Bangkok. As you are all aware, Austria is also a landlocked country, and has always been a significant partner to LLDCs, and was the host of the second UN Conference of LLDCs, during which the Vienna Program of Action was adopted. Over to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion of the Euro-Asia Regional Review Meeting on the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action for LLDCs on priorities of the next Programme of Action for LLDCs. Austria, a landlocked country itself, has always been a significant partner of LLDCs, and we were honored to host the second UN conference on LLDCs, during which the Vienna Programme of Action was adopted. As we have discussed over the past 2 days, much more needs to be done to achieve the goals that we set for ourselves in Vienna. We have heard about achievements made, the remaining gaps, and opportunities for accelerating sustainable development for the over 500 million people living in LLDCs today. In this context, let me make the following brief points along the priority areas of the Vienna Programme of Action. First, on transit. It is encouraging that many Euro-Asian LLDCs and their transit neighbors have acceded to treaties, conventions, and agreements related to transit, transport, and trade facilitation. However, implementation gaps persist and have been further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. We need to further strengthen effective implementation, including through the use of digital technologies, as well as through enhanced implementation of corridor approaches. Second, on infrastructure development and maintenance, while progress was achieved, more needs to be done. In particular, we need to strengthen the cost-efficient, low-emission modes of transport, such as rail infrastructure, with a focus on sustainable and resilient transport infrastructure. Third, regarding trade, progress for LLDCs in the region was stagnant in the implementation period of the Vienna Plan of Action, both in terms of share in global exports, as well as diversification of products. The next Programme of Action should thus focus on promoting productive capacity and competitiveness, including through fostering innovation, human resource development, and product quality improvement. Fourth, further efforts will be needed to promote regional integration and cooperation by maintaining continuous dialogues among all relevant stakeholders. Fifth, the need for structural economic transformation should remain high on the next POA's agenda. Given the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation, the emphasis should be on promoting circular and green economy production and consumption practices, as well as on promoting digitalization. And sixth, last but not least, means of implementation from all sources, including domestic resource mobilization, remittances, FDI, and ODA, just to name a few, will be critical to achieve substantial progress for the LLDCs in the region. And this has been mentioned already today several times. Let me underline here once more Austria's steadfast commitment to the LLDCs, exemplified by our cooperation programs with several LLDCs across the Vienna Plan of Action priority areas, including capacity development, sustainable industrialization, and inclusive and sustainable infrastructure development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming third UN Conference of LLDCs will present an important opportunity to strengthen global support and multi-stakeholder partnerships to close these existing gaps and seize opportunities. In this regard, let me assure you of Austria's continued support and engagement for a successful outcome of the conference. Kigali must build on the foundation laid in Vienna and deliver tangible and sustainable solutions for LLDCs. Today's meeting marks the first step towards achieving that objective. I thank you once again for the invitation to this panel discussion. I look forward to a successful conclusion of the review conference, including the adoption of the outcome document, which will constitute an important input on the road to Kigali. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Smisha for his input and especially for kickstarting this discussion. And I believe I'll be speaking on behalf of everyone that the LLDCs are really appreciative of the the support and the partnership that we have with Austria. And with that, I'll invite Mr. Pomoskivinov to also make his presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you. So, could we start from next slide, colleagues? Okay, great. So, dear colleagues, so let me brief you on the review progress and identity future priority actions areas for sustainable connectivity in North and Central Asia. Following the midterm review of the Vienna Program of Action, ESCAP's Regional Office for North and Central Asia organized two expert group meetings, one in April 2022 and the second recently in June 2023. And these two AGMs facilitated stock taking on progress and gaps on accelerated implementation of the Vienna Program of Action and opportunities for future actions. Most LLDCs articulated long-term national development strategies that seeks to address priorities that are similar to the roadmap for accelerated implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs. And I must tell you that in the last 5 years, NCA LLDCs achieved uneven progress in enhancing transport, digital and energy infrastructure across the sub-region. Persistent digital divide constrains countries from taking full advantage of digital transformation from e-governance to e-trade. And finally, in the last 3 years, the consecutive crisis of COVID-19, geopolitics and climate change, LLDCs increasingly identified the linkages between the priority areas of Vienna Program of Action, resilient recovery from COVID-19 and achieving SDGs, most silently climate action. Taking all above into account, future actions for LLDCs in economic diversification, climate cooperation and resource mobilization point to a way forward. Let me highlight a few key priorities for LLDCs in North and Central Asia. Priority one, that is economic diversification. And this component includes facilitating trade and investment, accelerating digital transformation, strategically situated in the middle of international north-south and east-west transport corridor. NCA had the potential to be an important trade and logistic hub, bridging East Asia, Europe, South and Southwest Asia. Comprehensive digital transformation is also crucial for LLDCs to improve their connectivity. Second priority, climate collaboration. And on climate collaboration, all NCA LLDCs are vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change, exacerbating water scarcity, land degradation, biodiversity losses, and pollution and waste from increased energy use. NCA countries are endowed with abundant renewable energy sources, most notably hydropower, which is 4 times over to meet the energy need of the sub-region. On enhancing water energy coordination at the sub-regional level, North and Central Asia has total of 21.5 gigawatt installed capacity of hydropower, and set ambitious targets to scale up hydropower electricity with significant progress achieved particularly in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. Also, power connectivity is less integrated and multilateral compared to the past. The sub-region has a strong foundation to take advantage of increasing cross-border power connectivity. Priority 3, resource mobilization. The consecutive crisis of COVID-19, geopolitics, and climate change hampered resource mobilization for LLDCs, straining public finance while further deterring private finance from investing in LLDCs due to heightened perceived risks. In this context, public investment by LLDCs will benefit from improved budget risk assessment and negotiating capacity with private sector and international partners. One of the key concerns of investors is the reliability, stability, and predictability of policy and regulation, as climate-related investment requires long-term commitment and upfront capital expenditure. Uncertainty in regulatory regimes, in addition to sovereign and currency risk, deters investors. Developing sustainable finance roadmaps and taxonomies is crucial to creating an enabling environment for sustainable finance. Azerbaijan, Georgia have implemented sustainable roadmaps, while Kazakhstan, Russian Federation, and Georgia have developed green or sustainable finance taxonomies. And of course, as Michael already mentioned, among the important priorities, regional integration and cooperation. Regional integration and cooperation between LLDCs and transit countries are crucial in reducing trade costs and the isolation of the LLDCs from important markets. It is also virtually vitally needed for LLDCs to access to seaports and participate in maritime trade. LLDCs have recognized the opportunities offered by regional and sub-regional cooperation arrangements and has undertaken several actions to strengthen regional trade, transport, communication, and energy networks, harmonize regional policies to strengthen regional synergy, competitiveness, and regional value chains. So, in summary, you can see all these priorities and necessary actions, and their interlinkages. So, thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Moshkinov, for your presentation. And without further wasting time, I'll invite Mr. Dalgan Damdin Ort to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, good afternoon, Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Today, I would like to highlight 4 sectors which should be in the next program of action for the LLDCs and for the next decade. So the first, the ICT sector, and I'm confident that ICT development will be an important aspect, especially after this COVID pandemic and in terms of connectivity. So in the program of action for the next decade, especially the investment of building ICT network is crucial. And of course, with the support of development partners and international organizations. The next is energy sector. We all know is that this energy sector is key sector for productivity and industrial development of LLDCs. The transition of energy resources, especially environmental friendly, clean and green energy development in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and facilitating and financing renewable energy and advanced technologies are crucial in terms of financing the LLDCs. Have to consider the carbon credit for private sector in the renewable energy and introducing advanced technologies for the green development. In terms of trade, of course, it is important that the implementation of the World Trade Organization's Trade Facilitation Agreement, I would like to highlight this, and I strongly recommend to give the importance on accessing and implementing this Trade Facilitation Agreement, which has important articles for landlocked developing countries, such as article on free transit transport, obviously with also the support of international organizations, and also this trade facilitation agreement facility like aid for trade and other financial support. International think tank also requests your support on our idea to develop this model agreement on trade specifically for landlocked developing countries, and with special articles of facilitating the bilateral and the regional trade and supply chain and free transit transport. It could also be the ground for the regional free trade agreement for LLDCs. In terms of also the infrastructure, next point I would like to raise is the very interesting idea that we had during this LLDC session at the World Export Development Forum organized by this International Trade Center and OHRLS. The idea is to establish this infrastructure development fund for landlocked developing countries. And we all know the infrastructure requires the high investment, and the key aspect for the transport sector and infrastructure, where LLDCs with a vulnerable economy, especially after COVID pandemic and the ongoing conflict in Europe. So the investment in the infrastructure development will be a great support for LLDCs in terms of transport and trade and establishing these corridors to support the supply chain. Sorry, again, and also in terms of transportation, I would like to raise this development of air transportation in LLDCs. LLDCs should focus on developing and improving their air transport infrastructure to facilitate connectivity and enhance the trade opportunities. LLDCs already approaching to the International Civil Aviation Organization to seek a support, such as requesting selected governments to allocate airport slots to LLDC airlines, fostering air connectivity. Also, International Think Tank also expressed the interest to collaborate on conducting research on air transport development in LLDCs and especially air cargo. And the final one is the climate change mitigation. Climate change situation in LLDCs pose significant challenges, but there are also opportunities for adaptation and mitigation. However, LLDCs face barriers in accessing funding and technology transfer to support their efforts, and highlighting the need for international cooperation and support. LLDCs can enhance their resilience to climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and contribute to global climate action through the gain carbon credit for financing actions of green development. International support, cooperation, and investments are pivotal in helping LLDCs overcome barriers and unlock their potential for sustainable development in the face of climate change. And finally, I also would like to call on all the LLDCs to support the international think tank and also support this research-based decision-making and to utilize all the research materials and policy documents, policy recommendations for their further action of development. So thank you again for your attention.
I thank Mr. Damdinot for giving or sharing with us his insights on how he sees the priorities that needs to go into the next program of action. At this juncture, I will invite Mr. Gede Trogman from the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub to give us his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, colleagues, fellow speakers. Mr. Chair, allow me to stay even below the 5 minutes you have allocated to each of us and perhaps bundle some of the points that you've heard yesterday in previous panels, but also touched upon by my fellow speakers today, and reflected in some of the background documentation as well, and bundle them under 3 overarching headings, which we see having major transformative potential if featured centrally in the next program of action for the upcoming decade. Number 1, access to financing for development. Number 2, digital public infrastructure. And number 3, just energy transitions as part of the overall fight for climate action. Firstly, on financing for development, we know that 13 landlocked developing countries are highly indebted, and about 10 are in debt distress or at risk of it. The external debt stock of LLDCs amounts to, on average, 52% of their GDP. As a way forward, the UN Secretary General, in his SDG stimulus plan, proposes a 3-point plan to begin responding to the systemic risks embedded in here. 1 is to inject liquidity, 2 to restructure sovereign debt, and 3 to lower the cost of long-term lending to developing economies. We need investments on financial insurances, guarantees, debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, and state contingent instruments on the debt side. Financial flows depend on de-risking, leveraging capital markets, implementing new capital adequacy rules, and issuing subordinate debt. All of these are necessary to support the economies of landlocked countries in a sustainable way going forward. Secondly, we believe that digital public infrastructure, in the sense of whole of society and whole of government approaches, can help address the most pressing challenges of our time and is necessary to achieve a transformative program of action for LLDCs for the next decade. It is estimated that digital public infrastructure can help countries leapfrog development trajectories by 10 years by strengthening the capacities of public sector institutions and significantly lowering costs. DPI can accelerate economic growth by up to 33% by facilitating digital financial services, including payments and access to credit and financial inclusion. It also accelerates climate action by reducing carbon dioxide emissions significantly. Digital public infrastructure, including technologies, standards, and systems, should be adaptable, interoperable, and scalable. In this sense, from our perspective, DPI goes beyond our traditional understanding of ICT. This requires leveraging and investing in the public systems, in core data standards, protocols, and data systems. Thirdly, LLDCs require enhanced support to close the energy gap, the energy access gap, and accelerate a just and green transition process. UNDP programs in this respect are ongoing in 9 of the landlocked developing countries. Our largest program on energy access in Africa works to improve the commercial viability and promote scaled-up investments in solar mini-grids, for example. Globally, we continue to support over 120 countries, including 32 LLDCs, to develop nationally determined contributions to enhance transparency, monitoring, reporting, and verification of their climate efforts. In summary, Mr. Chair and my fellow speakers, allow me to reiterate the three key points that we see for the program of action going forward would include, just in a brief summary again, access to financing, digital public infrastructure at scale, and just and green energy transition processes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Trogman, for the three sectors that you have highlighted as finding them important to go into the next program of action. At this point, I'll invite the last of our panelists, Mr. Ruel Jensens, to make his presentation. Mr. Jensens has requested an extra 3 minutes with the video, and I seek your indulgence to allow him to, at the end of his presentation, to share the video that he wants to show.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all of you on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, one of the three co-organizers of this important regional review conference, to address you and to share some thoughts, some suggestions as to what could be in the focus of the successor program of the Vienna Program of Action. I will focus my intervention on priorities 1 and 2 of the Vienna Program of Action. And given that I'm representing the UNEC transport subprogram, I will address these things and make some proposals from the perspective of the transport sector. So let me highlight 4 areas. The first one, and I know that it sounds like a cliche, but nonetheless, we at UNEC in the field of sustainable transport believe that this remains very important. This is a more effective implementation and digitalization of available international legal instruments and conventions. Now, at UNEC, in the framework of the Inland Transport Committee, we are, with our member states, administering 60 of such instruments, 60 of such conventions that focus on inland transport, either on road, on rail, on inland waterways, or on intermodal transport. Many of these instruments, needless to say, are of course of high relevance to landlocked developing countries. From the 60 instruments that I just referred to, there are 16 that deal with border crossing facilitation. And I think we can all agree that border crossing facilitation and border management and customs processes are of utmost importance, to LLDCs and their transit neighbors. So, again, for the sake of not wasting too much time, I will just focus on 2 instruments that I know most of you will be familiar with. One is the TIR Convention, Convention on International Transport of Goods under cover of TIR Carnets, which is indeed life important to LLDCs. And here I should just like to inform you that a significant milestone with regard to this convention has been achieved in May 2021, when the new annex to the TIR Convention, Annex 11, introducing the digital TIR or e-TIR procedure, entered into force for all contracting parties. Since then, many countries, both LLDCs and transit developing countries, including Azerbaijan, Georgia, Pakistan, Tunisia, Turkey, and Uzbekistan, have been in the process or have finalized the interconnection with the e-TIR international system. Yet, given, this is an important achievement, yet it is not the end of the road. There is a tremendous potential to further increase the number of countries using e-TIR in the years to come, including also for intermodal transport operations. So e-TIR does not just, or TIR as such, the transit regime does not just apply to road. It applies to, in principle, to all modes of transport as long as there is one leg of the transport chain that is done by road. In the European part of the Euro-Asian region, TIR is less commonly used now than before, and this has to do with a number of factors. One, of course, is the fact that the European Union countries and some of the neighboring countries to the European Union are using the NCTS system instead. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The European Union as such is a contracting party to the TIR Convention. The point that I'm trying to make is that there is a huge potential to continue using TIR and ETIR in Central Asia, in parts of Asia Pacific, also in Africa and in other regions. So this is definitely something to consider. The region of Africa has a lot of LLDCs, and again, like the TIR is not bound or is not limited to the Euro-Asian region. So therefore, we believe that the TIR should, in the transit chapter of a new program of action, should have a central place. The second element, or the second convention I want to briefly talk about, is the UN Convention on the Contract of Carriage of Goods by Road, CMR. And again, here there is the ECMR that is being developed. This is the electronic version of this road consignment node that has where a number of LLDCs from the Euro-Asian region have become a contracting party to and have started using ECMR. We are talking about Uzbekistan in December 2020, and then also Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan in 2022. So again, these positive developments, I mean, of course, this instrument and the digital implementation of the road consignment node can only really reach full capacity or full impact when it is used, by entire subregions. So in that sense, I would want to call upon you and to advocate with your capitals, in case you have not yet done so, to consider becoming a party to ECMR and to start using that additional protocol as well. So this was the first item, and so basically digitalization and more effective use of the international conventions that are already available. Now, in this regard, I would like to mention, of course, acceding to an international convention is one thing, ratifying it is another thing, and then starting to use it, implementing the provisions of that convention into national law and regulations is another step. And here we notice at UNEC that very often many of our conventions are not being enforced, in the sense there is no enforcement mechanism. It relies really on the voluntary implementation of countries. For governments, it is not always easy to understand how they are doing, how effective they are in implementing a convention. Now, keeping that in mind, at UNEC, we have developed the Sustainable Inland Transport Connectivity Indicators user platform. So what is this? In a nutshell, this is an online tool where any interested government can self-assess by responding to a set of 250 indicators, the degree to which it is being effective in implementing specific legal instruments in the field of inland transport, and also in understanding the degree to which its own transport system and transport regulatory framework is interoperable with those in its neighboring countries. The Sitkin evaluation platform, which is available as sitkin.org, so I invite you to visit the platform, has been already voluntarily piloted in a number of countries, some LLDCs, other transit developing countries, Georgia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Paraguay, and Serbia. And feedback received has been positive. Now, we also believe that possibly, and we stand ready to work with OHRLLS and with US governments in case there is an interest to make sure that when there is a successor program, when there is, let's say, a Kigali program of action for landlocked developing countries after next year's conference, that that maybe we can build into this existing platform a kind of self-assessment process for governments to understand, okay, how well am I progressing in implementing my commitments under this program of action. So again, a thought, a suggestion, something we believe could be useful. A second priority, and this has been mentioned over and over the last 2 days, the role of transport, and in particular inland transport, in climate change, both from a mitigation angle and an adaptation angle. And here I should say that UNEC, through the Inland Transport Committee, we address both issues. For your information, at this year's Inland Transport Committee, when your ministers gathered in Geneva in February, there was a request from the membership to prepare an ambitious climate change or inland transport climate change mitigation strategy and action plan. We, as Secretariat, have been requested to have a draft ready by the next year's Inland Transport Committee, which is in February of next year, for consideration and possible endorsement by the membership. So this is, in principle, this could nicely link with the process in preparation of the next year's conference in Kigali. So we, if you agree, we could keep OHRLLS and by extension all of you informed on how this mitigation strategy, comes about, and whether there are elements of such a strategy that could be included in the successor program to the Vienna Program of Action. Now, on climate change adaptation, I can be brief. Here I can just say that we are administering a group of experts on assessment of climate change impacts and adaptation for inland transport. And this group has been convening for 25 sessions over the last 7 or 8 years. 2 publications have been published. And currently the group is working on developing a stress test mechanism for transport assets. So something that governments can use to understand, okay, what is the stress that is being exerted, by climate change on my transport assets and on my transport system, and how can I adapt my transport system and my infrastructure assets to this stress that we are experiencing. So this is again something we believe would be very important to give a strong position in the Vienna Program of Action successor program. And then thirdly, transport corridor management was mentioned already by several of the previous speakers. We had a very interesting ADB presentation yesterday also, where reference was made to CAREC. Again, given the renewed interest in the Euro-Asian region in transport corridor management, the many initiatives that are going on, we believe that transport corridor management as a module could also be included in a future program of action. And as UNEC, we have, upon the request of member states, established as a group of friends of the chair of the Working Party on Transport, Trends and Economics, a coordination committee on the Trans-Caspian and Almaty-Tehran Istanbul corridors. We are doing this together with ECO, with the Economic Cooperation Organization. We are in an initial phase. Only 3 meetings have taken place, but we intend to continue the program or this type of meetings and coordination settings for the next 2 years. So again, we stand ready to report on that, and we believe it deserves a strong place in the successor program of the Vienna Program of Action. Finally, and here I will conclude, and I will show the short video, if you allow me. Financing of transport infrastructure. We know that in the Euro-Asian region, a lot of investment has taken place. A lot of the missing links are no longer missing. And this is, among others, thanks to the governments, thanks to multilateral development banks. Yet, not all the problems are solved. There is also old infrastructure that needs to be renovated, needs to be upgraded. So there is still, the investment needs are still significant. And in keeping that in mind, together with the Islamic Development Bank again with the Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, and with our sister regional commission, ESCAP, we have developed an online GIS-based International Transport Infrastructure Observatory that we believe can be instrumental. It's a government tool available for government users to upload their transport infrastructure projects for fundraising purposes, among others. But in the short video that will follow now, you will get a little bit more information on this. I just encourage you to, if you're not already exploring the possibility to use this tool, to definitely do so. So over to you, Chair, and maybe we can indeed show this short video.
Around the globe, transportation routes are lifelines, promoting international trade and prosperity. Now, a new way is emerging to manage transportation networks on a powerful new platform.
The ITO project responds to needs expressed by governments, multilateral development banks, and regional organizations to build resilient transportation infrastructure efficiently.
It is one of our strategic priorities in boosting regional connectivity and economic integration. It will help identify missing transport links, enhance existing networks, as well as generate investment opportunities.
The ITIO is an online portal where transportation partners can collaborate in a digital space, view transportation networks, explore climate impact maps, and plan resilient transport infrastructure. Accredited users can access enhanced features. Organizations can better coordinate on cross-border transportation projects. From roads and railways to waterways and airports, government users can propose new projects, update existing networks, and apply for financing. Financial institutions can evaluate project feasibility using interactive GIS tools and reliable data. Powered by global partnerships, the ITIO supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. To navigate the road ahead, the need for cooperation and trustworthy data has never been greater. The observatory invites all transportation partners to improve the way we move towards a more connected, prosperous, and resilient future. Join us.
I thank you, Mr. Jensen, for your presentation, which was very practical, and I think it answered a question which I had in mind as I was listening to the other panelists. And the panelists were. I think I should say that the presentations shows that we don't have a choice but to start the foundation from the Vienna Program of Action. As I was listening to the presentations, I could pick a lot of action items that are on the Vienna Program of Action, and basically that is the reality that there are a lot of gaps that a lot has not been achieved from the Vienna Program of Action. So we are still going to have to continue with the Vienna Program of Action as the basis. We've had issues of developing transport corridors. We have issues of financing ICT development, which have been raised by the panelists. They have raised the issue of regional cooperation and partnerships. So I'll take before I go to the audience or to the participants for their questions and comments. I think I'll just ask one question. Mr. Jensen has answered it to some extent, but I want to give other panelists also to see whether they can ponder on it and maybe have an answer to that. The question is, what mechanisms should be put in place to ensure effective implementation, evaluation, and monitoring of the next program of action? If my panelists can maybe ponder on that question and maybe give insights. And Mr. Jensen, I know, like I say, to some extent you addressed this question which I had in mind, and I'll give each panelist 1 minute. I know we don't have much time. I'll give each panelist 1 minute to try and address that question, and I also invite you. I'll give you 1 minute if there's anything that you also still need to add. You can still do that, and I can maybe start with you since you already have your thoughts on that. Mr. Jensen.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for this question, and I look very much forward to hearing from the other panelists as well. Now, as I mentioned, we believe that sitkin.org, this set of sustainable inland transport connectivity indicators, could potentially, and thus to a large extent, provide a set of criteria based on international legal instruments in the field of transport. I should say sitkin.org only focuses on the transport aspect of the Vienna Program of Action and of landlocked developing countries. It does not touch on the various other priorities and aspects. But we believe and at UNEC Sustainable Transport, we stand ready to tailor and to build on this sitkin.org platform to create something that could be of use to governments after some time to understand the degree to which they are effective in implementing their commitments in the field of transport under a possible successor program to the Vienna Program of Action.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite, I'll not go in a particular order. I'll now invite Mr. Trugman to give us his insight on the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe there's a lot of wisdom already in the Vienna Program of Action, and there are good reasons for the priorities that they have been shaped 10 years ago. A lot of what we are hearing is about doubling down on those commitments and going deeper, going further, given the crisis that we are facing from COVID to the war in Ukraine and so forth. From my perspective, a key element would be to try and bring the plan of action as close to the ground as possible, which means both for national governments in their interaction with international development partners and local partners on the ground. I see within the United Nations system, I had a discussion on this with a colleague just minutes before this meeting, that there would be a need to bring the priorities and commitments made under the plan of action much closer to day-to-day activities in country, so as to make sure also that much of what is actually being done gets reported back in the appropriate form. Very often, I believe, a shortcoming of a plan of action like this is that it can't capture everything that is actually already happening. It's not perhaps designed from the start for that purpose. Hence, it doesn't get reported back in the same form. So there may actually, and maybe that's one of the provocations I would put to the table for this panel, there may actually be a lot more happening than what we really see or what we see being reported back in this context. So as close to local action as possible, and a particular role from a UN perspective, I would see with the respective UN resident coordinators in this regard, who oversee the work of all our UN agencies. And my colleague from the UN Office of South-South Cooperation, I think, has made a similar point earlier in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pomoshnov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding evaluation and monitoring, I think evaluation and monitoring is important for implementation of any project and any program of action. We have everywhere this element or instrument for implementation. And even Vienna program of action, as you know, we have regular review of the implementation of the program and taking necessary adjustments like program for acceleration actions and so on. Regarding the implementation of this idea, I think we have quite good instruments for this, like UNDS system reform. Currently, we closely collaborate with resident coordinators offices in our countries, and we have very good collaboration with all country teams there. So I think it's quite feasible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. I would like to pick up on two elements that I've mentioned before. One is the making use of digital technologies also for the implementation. Throughout the last 2 days, I think we heard of quite a number of interesting digital tools and initiatives. We just heard one about infrastructure projects, risk disaster. We heard about how to link remote schools to mobile networks and internet networks, etc. So I think there would be a good idea to look into how we can use this digital and technological tools and innovation to keep track and to assure also the effective implementation of the future program. And second, also, yes, continue a regular dialogue among all stakeholders. And here particularly, I'm happy that Austria will continue to play also an active role and support also this dialogue as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damendin-Ord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. In terms of implementing any plan or program at the national level, of course, there should be a good correlation and harmonization of all the ministries and the government agencies. So, of course, the beginning of this Vienna program of action, of course, OHLS also suggested to establish this national committee on implementing this Vienna program of action. And this kind of a committee or working group should work hard on implementing and also monitoring and evaluating all the actions of this program, and of course the interlink with national programs, etc., is also very important. So for example, this WTO's trade facilitation agreement has this national trade facilitation committees at all the governments of the member states. So this kind of mechanism also very important and should be also followed all the actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard from our distinguished speakers. I think they made very important points that should be considered going forward. I think at this stage, I'll invite you distinguished participants to also make your comments, ask your questions to the panelists, so that if there's anything that maybe they didn't touch on, maybe you can motivate that through questions or comments. I see Bhutan.
So just one quick comment as well as one short inquiry. So the focus has been on digitalization and the need to adopt digital avenues. While it is very crucial, I also feel that in the process of digitalization and adopting digital avenues, it is critical to ensure 3 A's, basically accessibility and availability and affordability. Accessibility, which basically will ensure inclusivity and user friendliness and efficiency. Then availability, which will address the issue of reliability and durability. And finally, affordability, which will ease the economic burden to those falling in the economically disadvantaged group. So what I feel was it's important to ensure these 3 A's in the process of digitalization as well as in the process of adopting digital avenues. And secondly, just curious, out of curiosity, I would like to throw this question to the esteemed panelists. So while digitalization plays a very critical role in job creation, enhancement of capital and labor productivity, I also get this thought that digitalization will have impact in terms of job disruption, specifically for those lying or falling in the low skill groups or those low skilled jobs. This would be obsoleted by enhanced digitalization. Since LLDCs have the major share of people with low skilled jobs, maybe what I was thinking is rapid digitalization will displace them. So how do we draw the synergy between the increasing need for digitalization and the rising unemployment of low skilled jobs? So if the panelists could share some insights, it would be very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhutan, for that, for the comment and for the question, Rhonda.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I want to thank the panelists for the really useful contribution. I think from Botswana for the first meeting of the review, then to Paraguay, then to this meeting, and then with the shared practices, and I think we had from Armenia and other countries, we see that there's a lot of potential and countries are really committed to achieving what the programs had suggested. I think, but there remains one particular aspect, which is investment in those projects. So I think going forward, we need to stress among the priorities, investment. And then probably we can unpack that and who does what and when at some point. So I think that would be a key priority, and it links to what was discussed in terms of transport connectivity. But also the idea of being holistic, not only speaking about transport issues, but going beyond transport issues to make sure that the landlocked countries devote themselves. And I think one of the panelists mentioned about diversification. We need, I think, to mention that in terms of how we can be more holistic to ensure that even what our targets are achieved. And then lastly, I think the mindset, it should not be that, this whole idea is to link landlocked countries to the sea. But it should also be the other way around, that the other world also wants to be linked to the landlocked countries' buckets. I think that it provides a win-win situation that can benefit the landlocked, but also it can benefit other countries to access the markets inland or inside for the landlocked countries. I think that would be also something probably we need to see how we can package it in the new program of action. And then the unfinished business. We should not probably try to reinvent the wheel. I think you mentioned it very well, that even this program of action is very good. So there are already unfinished business that we have to do in the landlocked countries. And also with other countries. So we have to build on that. We have to build on that so that probably that becomes our baseline. The unfinished business becomes our baseline. And then we set the targets, we set the timelines, we set the deliverables. And then lastly, the means of implementation, that probably how we're going to unpack everything that we're putting together. So in my view, while there has been challenges in these ones, I think has also provided opportunities and possibilities on how public can do things better, in a better way, taking into consideration the new emerging issues that we have to take into account: climate change, geopolitical issues. There are also conflicts on some parts of the world that we have to take into account on how we need to manage that within the new program of action we're going to be setting and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rwanda. Now to the panelists, we have two questions. One is from Bhutan. Can we leverage on the digitalization and see it as an opportunity but not as a danger that will be replacing jobs? Can we, the LLDC, use digitalization as to create more jobs or alternative jobs? And can we also, from Rwanda, make the transit countries see the situation of LLDCs as an opportunity that they also need to invest in either on transportation, going to joint ventures with the LLDC, so that it's a win-win situation? And if anyone is ready to start, I see you are ready. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me perhaps to address the question from the delegate from Bhutan. Very good points. I believe if there was a very clear answer to your points, we would all already be in a better place. So a very clear answer doesn't exist as yet. But from where we sit, we consciously speak about digital public infrastructure at large, basically as a way of describing the need to provide the citizens of a country with access to all the economic and social opportunities, social services that exist and that a government provides to its citizens. So we look at it from a whole of society and whole of government approach. This also means this goes well beyond projects. This is not even the sum of many projects. It's almost a generational shift that we are looking at. The readiness of a given country depends, and hence one of the tools that UNDP has put in place is an overarching digital readiness assessment that we do together with government partners across sectors, which is another factor which I think is very important in at least commenting on your question, even if I can't answer it in full. But in commenting on it, the type of change that the world is facing, that we face in every country, and particularly in the landlocked developing countries, requires systemic responses, requires us to pay attention to the social, to the economic, and to the environmental dimension of these responses. Very often in the very projectized world we live, we have more monodimensional responses tied to the objectives and outcomes set forth in the respective project. A more systemic approach will require us to think differently going forward. And also taking account of the fact that in the major change processes underway globally, there will always be winners and losers, and there have always been winners and losers in the past. Yet, that's why I'm underpinning in particularly the social dimension of the response, the adequacy of social protection systems in countries, the active labor market measures a government can take to see in which sector and how new markets are being opened while perhaps other sectors are suffering difficulties. I think that's a very country-specific, very context-specific question to be answered, but we see it being answered in many countries already. So overall, while the digital world ahead of us bears many dangers, the benefits, I believe, that have been pointed out in the context of this meeting and by many of my fellow speakers as well, make the journey very much worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smitha.
Thank you very much. I would like to also echo what you said. The fears or the discussions about what the digitalization will do to our societies and economies are going on globally, as also in Austria, and there is no clear answer to it, except that I think you need to monitor the potential effects very closely, and then governments need to react specific to the situation and keep an eye on where this digitalization can go to. But in general, I think for certain issues, there is a lot of benefits. Like if we talk about digitalization of bureaucratic processes, etc., which could lead to more time and money for the private sector to boost all kind of other activities, even though there might be some maybe jobs lost through that process. But I think in this particular case, the benefits for the private sector and then development at large would outweigh. But yeah, just to give an example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Damadinod.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, there will be some replacement in the big factories and industries, of course. But if you look at the small and medium enterprises and small businesses, which are private sectors, which are the core in the economy of the landlocked developing countries, they would have much more opportunities to promote their businesses to the markets, and also as an e-commerce that they could bring their products into the international markets or in the regional markets. And of course, it would be, we hope, of course, it would be much easier to get the financing for their small businesses, etc. In terms of the question of from Representative of Rwanda, the LLDCs also should also more focus on this regional integration and regional trades. Also in to some businesses markets around the borders, and also to connect to the supply chain in the regional. Then also could be a much more collaboration with the transit countries, neighboring countries, for the regional integration to getting into the network of even the value chain of this, etc. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omoskino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as everywhere, a lot of depends how to use the existing instruments. Yeah. So if we look, for example, on digital banking, is it good or bad? It is good. Yes, you can make fast transactions, but if your digital banking will be open only for 1 hour, you cannot do much. Yeah. So if you can use this software with limited time, so it's not good. So it depends how to use. Yeah. So even this digitalization, how you will be using. If you will be using for new job creation, it is good. Yeah. So if you will be investing in new jobs, it will give you new jobs. It will not be limited your even low or some how to say low cost jobs and so on. So it's necessary to look attentively for policymakers how to use all these things. It should be a balanced approach, I think. Regarding the second question from representative of Rwanda, I think that is very important to make LLDCs attractive for investment. And for this purpose, we need to help LLDCs to develop the appropriate infrastructure. So that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, well, maybe very briefly to the question raised by the colleague from Bhutan. The type of digitalization I was referring to in during my intervention relates to, I mean, specifically ETIR and ECMR. Both are either customs or transport documents. This type of digitalization would not be a threat to human resources. You know, it wouldn't be replacing officers, because the ETIR or TIR-Carnet would still need to be processed, right? It would still need a pair of human eyes to look at it and to make sure that everything is in order. In the very maximum scenario, it would maybe move or relocate some of the human resources away from a border station to an inland location somewhere. It may have an impact on the type of skills that you would expect from the average customs or border management official. But then let's also not underestimate the degree to which people can be trained. So in that sense, the type of digitalization I was referring to, you know, should not be mistaken from automation, for instance, or machine learning or artificial intelligence. This is, you know, yet another level, and you know, let's address that when we get there. For the time being, the digitalization, you know, that I see happening in the transport and international trading area, you know, does not pose a threat as such. So let me reassure you on that front. I turn the floor back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any indication of desire to ask questions or comment. And with that note, let me thank the panelists for their insightful contribution. And I will not try to summarize, as already I did that earlier. And let me at this point invite you to applaud their contribution and appreciate their contribution. We are at the end of this session, so I will hand over to the organizers for the next program of action. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые ваши превосходительства, уважаемые делегаты, дамы и господа. Добрый день. Сейчас мы приближаемся к завершению нашей встречи. Мы провели 2 дня очень продуктивных дискуссий. На этой сессии, посвященной презентации на пути в Кигали, мы услышим о предметной организационной подготовке к третьей конференции ООН по развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю, которая, как мы все уже знаем, состоится в Кигали, Руанда, в июне следующего года. Сейчас я хотел бы представить слово заместителю постоянного представителя Руанды при ООН в Нью-Йорке, господину Роберту Кайнумури.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. I think for me, it's just to give you a snapshot of the preparations on the ground in Rwanda. First and foremost, Chair and Excellencies, we are pleased to have been accepted to host this important meeting. We take pride because we are landlocked, so the conference taking place in Rwanda as a landlocked country, it's to our heart, it's to the center of our heart, but also it's going to be the first time that this meeting takes place on the continent. So Rwanda is very pleased, looks forward to this conference, to the success of it. And we, in New York, with the UN office and member states, we're working very closely to see that the conference itself is a success, but also the preparation of it is very successful. Now, in terms of what Rwanda is looking at right now is the logistic aspect, hosting of the conference. As probably Eden will mention, the conference is going to take place in June next year, 18th to 21st. We were pleased in June this year that a political mission headed by Her Excellency USG, Madame Labab, came to Kigali. It was the first political mission to come to Rwanda to meet the leaders, to hear their commitment, and we express our commitment to this conference. It was also a short meeting, but we showed them around the city our facilities which are available. Again, I have to bring this to you that Rwanda is now ranked on the continent as the second country to host conferences on the continent. I think this is next to South Africa. So we have quite a number of facilities that can take any conference. We have held, conferences of pretty much similar magnitude. Commonwealth just was held in Kigali, the African Union meeting, ITA meeting. For people who are following soccer closely, FIFA just completed their conference in Kigali, Women Deliver. So these thousands and thousands of people come to Rwanda, and just to give you the facility that we have, the facilities needed. In terms of hotels, they are all pretty much in proximity to the facilities we have in Rwanda. Pretty much we have similar brands that you even in your countries, Marriott, Serena, Radisson Blu. Some of all these hotels are available and are within the vicinity. Kigali already has set up a technical committee in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, headed by our permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to head the team, but the team is more holistic, from migration, airport, security, customs, all these people are now in one committee, and they have started. So far, they have had about 6 meetings. So we're really pretty well in terms of preps. And we are happy to the fact that in October, the planning mission will also be going to Kigali, and they will meet with the colleagues on the ground. So we're excited. The technical team are really working very well. They are working on information note, which is going to be very comprehensive, to go beyond the facilities, but also to look at the currency, what energy do we use, what are the plugs to, so that when you come, you have everything, you have all the information, so that when you get in Kigali, you know the exchange rate. We cannot give that information now until next year, when we'll have this information out and it will be shared. The other critical aspect that probably I want to share is on visa issues. For that, we know citizens of the world, all of them, get visa upon arrival. So you don't have to, probably, if you don't have an embassy, if you want to go to the embassy, you can go. But we have an open border policy. All citizens of the world, you get visas upon arrival. It may be different. If you're from this country, you may get 30 days. If from African country, they get 90 days. But you don't have to worry about visas. If you want guarantees, we can issue letters to make sure you probably, if there are airlines that don't allow you to board, but if they check, even if you check on the migration website, you find that we have an open policy when it comes to visas. You all get visas upon arrival. I think more information will be shared after the planning mission, which is coming to Rwanda. I will be looking at more logistical aspect of it. And when the information note, which is going to be detailed, our own information note, which is going to be detailed, will be shared in due course and in a timely fashion. To conclude, probably we always think of the logistic aspect, but Rwanda also is more mindful of the substantive aspect, the outcome. So we hope that member states, again, we will be as ambitious as possible to come up with an ambitious program of action. Thank you very much, Chair.
Позвольте поблагодарить господина Роберта Кайнамуру за его выступление. А сейчас я представляю слово руководителю канцелярии высокого представителя по наименее развитым странам, развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю, и малым островным развивающимся странам, господину Сандак-Доржу Эрденебилегу.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for the opportunity to make this brief presentation. Just before I start my presentation, I just wanted to echo what Robert, the DPR of Rwanda, mentioned. So it is, the Rwanda has a highest level of political commitment for the success of the conference, but it's Kigali is a beautiful city. So I've been with the United Nations more than 20 years, and I visited about 100 countries and then organized or attended many, many UN meetings. But the Kigali is one of the most beautiful cities, I think, in the world. It is very green, it is very well organized, clean, secure, and very walkable. It's a very beautiful city. And the conference facilities are extremely modern and extremely well. So we just before I accompanying Undersecretary General to on the planning mission to Rwanda, we organized the conference in Doha, LDC 5, the Qatari Convention Center. It is one of the best conference centers in the world. But the conference center in Kigali is very close at the same level. It's a little bit smaller, but it's more beautiful. It's a very nice city, and then with the very good conference facilities. So let me start my presentation. It's about the roadmap and about the organizational aspects of the conference. Of course, it's the third UN conference. So first of all, it is the conference of not LLDCs. It is the conference of the United Nations Global Conference about LLDCs, the conference to support the landlocked and developing countries. Of course, conference is in June, as Robert mentioned, as a host country, and then conference will be at the level of heads of state or government, or at the ministerial level, at the highest possible level. So this is the roadmap towards the Rwanda conference, but of course the roadmap was shared with you, so I don't want to go into details in the roadmap, but I wanted to mention a few aspects of the roadmap. But the roadmap shows that the preparatory process, the principle of the preparatory process is the broad-based, inclusive, and very transparent preparatory process. The whole United Nations membership, the entire UN system organizations, the other relevant international and regional organizations are part of the preparatory process. So it's
And this process is really based on the broad-based and inclusive principles. The process is also quite well structured and quite well coordinated process. So as you can see from the roadmap, and the process has major components, the preparatory process. The first one is the intergovernmental preparatory process that is on three levels: at national level, regional level, and global levels. The second important component of the preparatory process is the substantive and thematic preparations. So we are providing substantive and thematic preparations through organizing pre-conference events by the UN system organizations or by member states or by our office. And then also the substantive and thematic preparations are also ensured by the preparation of reports by the UN system organization, substantive reports on the different thematic issues relevant to the landlocked developing countries agenda, be it trade or international trade facilitation, infrastructure development, customs, all this, and then disaster risk. So all these issues are addressed in the various reports prepared by the UN system organizations. And the third important component of the conference is the mobilization of the UN system and other international organizations. For that, we have the Intelligence Consultative Group consisted of more than 40 UN system organizations. So through these organizations, we also are coordinating and mobilizing the participation in the preparatory process. And the fourth aspect is, of course, the raising international awareness about the conference, and also the raising the profile of the landlocked developing countries, and then also the raising the profile of the conference. So these are important elements of the preparatory process. So in terms of the national preparatory process, so we are requesting the landlocked and transit and developing countries to provide us with the national reports on the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action. So far, we have received 15 reports from landlocked developing countries. I would like to take this opportunity also to appeal all landlocked developing countries who are present here to provide with the national reports. The national reports will be very important inputs to the outcome document of this regional review meeting, and then it will be also so important inputs to the conference itself. So we will compile the national reports, and we will publish the completion of the national reports, and then which will be made available at the meeting. So in terms of the intergovernmental preparatory process, we have three regional review meetings. So this one is the last regional review meeting. The first regional review meeting was held in Africa in May in Gaborone. And the second review meeting was held in July 27 and 28 in Latin America in Asunción, Paraguay. And then this is the last regional review meeting. So all the previous two regional review meetings adopted outcome document, substantive outcome document. That document will show very important inputs to the outcome document of the conference. As I mentioned, we have the Interagency Consultative Group. So Interagency Consultative Group, through this consultative group, we are providing the coordinated support to the preparation for the conference. As I mentioned, about more than 40 UN system organizations and other international organizations are members of the Intelligence Consultative Group. So these organizations are organizing a number of pre-conference events, and then they are also preparing the dedicated reports and studies and policy briefs on the issues relevant to landlocked developing countries. And the organizations will also make the announcements of concrete deliverables and innovative projects at the conference. And they will also organize side events and organize the exhibitions during the conference. So the UN system organizations are very important stakeholders for the conference. We had a number of, we organized so far a number of pre-conference events. So one of the important pre-conference events was the World Export Development Forum, which was organized in June in Mongolia. So the whole theme and the whole focus of the World Investment and the Export Development Forum of the International Trade Center was dedicated to the issues relevant to landlocked developing countries. So during that forum in Ulaanbaatar, we organized the national focal points of landlocked developing countries to consult on the substantive and organizational preparations for the LDC conference. Then we organized a very important workshop on the transit issue in Geneva, in the sideline of the WTO meeting on trade facilitation. So we brought the experts from landlocked developing countries, and then also the participants of the trade facilitation committee had a special workshop in the special session on transit issues of landlocked developing countries. The LLDCs also had an important side event at 23 HLPF session, high-level political forum in July during ECOSOC this year. And we also had a side event on the scaling up resilience and reducing disaster risk for LLDCs in May in 23 in New York. And we organized the transport conference hosted by the government of Turkmenistan last year. So that conference also provided very important input, will be very important inputs to the conference. And we are planning to organize side event on landlocked developing countries at COP27. Here listed the number of activities, events in the run-up to the conference. And the first, of course, we will have a very high-level event at the SDG Summit in New York in September. Then the landlocked developing countries will convene the annual ministerial meeting of foreign ministers of landlocked developing countries in New York also in September. And we are planning also to organize the trade ministers meeting of landlocked developing countries in the sideline of MC13 in Dubai of the WTO conference in February 2024. And then the General Assembly also agreed to convene joint event of the President of the General Assembly and the President of the ECOSOC on LLDCs on the third UN conference later this year. We will also planning to organize the retreat of the New York-based ambassadors of landlocked developing countries and ambassadors of transit countries and development partners, mainly to discuss on the elements of the outcome document. Then we will also have the LLDC's side event on the COP28 in Dubai in November 23. And then the important, the preparatory committee, Intergovernmental Preparatory Committee will meet in New York in September. That will be the organizational session of the preparatory committee. And then we have two sessions of the preparatory committee. The first one will be in February, and the second one will be in April, May. So these last two sessions will be really consult and negotiate the outcome document of the third UN Conference of Landlocked Developing Countries. So the outcome document from today's meeting will be very important inputs to that document. So that negotiation will start in New York in February, and then of course there will be many informal consultations in between these two sessions of the Intergovernmental Preparatory Committee. So in terms of the conference itself, so there will be opening and closing session of the conference, high level opening, closing, and sessions of the conference, and then during the conference we'll have 6 plenary meetings for the general debate. There will be on the 5 high-level thematic roundtables on different themes of the relevant to the agenda of the landlocked developing countries. And during the event, the member states and the UN system organizations will be invited to organize side events. And the Secretary General of the United Nations confirmed, of course, to attend the meeting, and he will convene the meeting of the principals of the UN system organizations at the conference to discuss how to implement the outcome document of the Kigali conference. And the conference will, the stakeholders of the landlocked developing countries will be invited to the conference. Private sector, business community, and the civil society, youth, parliamentarians, and South-South partners will be invited to the conference, and then we will have a relevant forums and meetings of these stakeholders at the conference. There will be media events and other advocacy and outreach activities during the conference and during the preparatory process. And there will be the exhibitions in interactive space. So in other words, the conference will be very, very broad, very rich, and very diverse activities will be held during the conference. So it is, as I mentioned, it is the conference of the United Nations, a global conference to support the landlocked developing countries. The comprehensive, ambitious, and impactful outcome document is very important. So today's meeting will be one of the important events to contribute to that ambitious outcome document. We also, in addition to the outcome document, we also expecting concrete deliverables to be announced at the meeting to seek the effective solutions to address the special challenges and needs of landlocked developing countries. Mr. Chair, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо. Позвольте поблагодарить господина Сандагдержа Эрдене Билыга за его подробную презентацию, в которой мы услышали подробности о подготовке к третьей конференции Организации Объединенных Наций по развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю. Сейчас я бы хотел представить слово для вопросов или замечаний, если они есть, докладчика. Если нет, то позвольте перейти к сессии, посвященной рассмотрению и принятию итогового документа. Как мы вчера уже отмечали, Бюро при поддержке секретариата уже подготовило проект итогового документа. Делегаты также встретились в неформальной обстановке для обсуждения документа. Я хотел бы выразить всем вам признательность за ваши замечания и существенный вклад. Я извиняюсь, хотели бы пригласить госпожу Раба Фатиму, заместителя генерального секретаря, высокого представителя по наименее развитым странам. Также хотели бы пригласить представителя Монголии, содокладчика по данному отчету. Уважаемые коллеги, позвольте продолжить сессию, посвященную рассмотрению и принятию итогового документа. Вчера мы говорили о том, что Бюро при поддержке секретариата подготовит проект итогового документа. Делегаты также встретились в неформальной обстановке для обсуждения этого документа. Я хотел бы выразить признательность всем за ваши замечания и существенный вклад. Мы также представили вам время для ознакомления с документом. Сейчас я предлагаю вам его для принятия. Документ содержит вводный раздел, в котором кратко излагается контекст и предыстория этого совещания. Также следует резюме оценки достигнутого прогресса и остающихся проблем, основанное на наших обсуждениях в этом зале и в справочном докладе, представленном нам секретариатом. Также следует оценка, призыв к действиям, в котором излагаются конкретные действия и рекомендации по конкретным стратегиям, программам и инициативам на национальном, региональном и глобальном уровнях для устранения особой уязвимости развивающихся стран, не имеющих выхода к морю, и ускорения реализации повестки дня на период до 2030 года в развивающихся странах, не имеющих выхода к морю. В итоговом документе также подчеркивается необходимость укрепления механизмов контроля и отслеживания действий. И, наконец, в нем содержится призыв к развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю, развивающимся странам транзита, партнерам по развитию, а также региональным и международным организациям принять активное участие в третьей конференции ООН, которая состоится в Кигали, Руанда в 2024 году. Кроме того, в итоговом документе также подчеркивается необходимость укрепления механизмов контроля и отслеживания действий. Итоговый документ будет представлен в качестве вклада в процесс подготовки к третьей конференции ООН по развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю, в том числе в качестве справочной информации для сессии Межправительственного подготовительного комитета. Ваше Превосходительство, дамы и господа, мне сообщили, что проект получил консенсус среди развивающихся стран, не имеющих выхода к морю этого региона. Сейчас я имею честь представить проект итогового документа для его принятия. Если не будет возражений, итоговый документ на рассмотрение. Коллеги, не будет возражений? Тогда позвольте перейти к презентации доклада. Я представляю слово представителю Монголии для представления его доклада. Предлагается в целом одобрить документ. Если не возражаете, то документ принимается. Ваш доклад.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Undersecretary General Fatima, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In my capacity as a Vice Chair and Rapporteur of the Bureau of this meeting, I'd like to provide highlights of the proceedings of our meeting, the high-level Euro-Asia Regional Review of the Vienna Program of Action for the landlocked countries for the decade of 2014-2024, held on 22nd and 23rd August 2023. The meeting was attended by more than 80 participants from the landlocked developing countries, transit countries, development partners, and UN system organizations, and other international and regional organizations. The aim of the meeting was to review the progress made in the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action in the Eurasia region, identify achievements, constraints, new and emerging challenges, as well as opportunities, share best practices, and formulate policy recommendations aimed at addressing the vulnerabilities and the special needs of the landlocked developing countries and accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The meeting started off with the opening session. Mrs. Rabab Fatima, Under Secretary General and High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, Secretary General of the Third UN Conference of the LLDCs, and Ms. Armida Salsiach Alice Sakhbana, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Social Commission for Asia Pacific, and Ms. Olga Algairova, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary for the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, delivered remarks at the opening session. This was followed by the election of the Bureau that was conducted by Ms. Rabab Fatima as the Secretary General of the Third UN Conference on the LLDCs. We had a session on the status of the implementation of the WPRA and fostering achievements of the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development in LLDCs. Lessons learned and building back better, in which we had a briefing on the status of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action by UN OCHR LLS, followed by a high-level dialogue. 23 participants made intervention in a high-level dialogue, highlighting the progress that has been made in implementing the priority areas of the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs in the region, the challenges faced, and suggested recommendations for the next decade. The meeting had 6 panel discussions on the following thematic areas. First, advancing cooperation on transit and trade facilitation for LLDCs, trade competitiveness. Second, achieving seamless and sustainable connectivity through transport and ICT infrastructure. 3, promoting structural economic transformation, boosting LLDC's trade capacities and leveraging regional integration. 4, building resilience to climate change and accelerating the energy transition in LLDCs. And 5, means of implementation, partnership, and follow-up and review. And 6 is priorities of the next program of action for LLDCs. An outcome document was adopted at the closing session of the meeting. Further, a special event entitled Understanding the Impact of the Consecutive Crisis on the Effectiveness of International Transport and Supply Chain in the Landlocked Developing Countries in the Euro-Asian region on the margin of the regional review meeting. A full report of the Euro-Asia Regional Review meeting will be shared with you in due course and will be finalized under my guidance. I thank you.
Благодарю за доклад. Настало время закрыть сессию, и позвольте сейчас передать слово организаторам.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to our closing session. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the elected chair of the Regional Review for his closing remarks. Thank you.
Уважаемая госпожа Рабаб Фатима, заместитель генерального секретаря и высокий представитель по наименее развитым странам, ваши превосходительства, уважаемые делегаты, леди и джентльмены. Прежде всего, я хотел бы поблагодарить вас за то, что вы возложили на меня и на бюро почетную ответственность за руководство Евразиатским региональным обзором. Для меня это большая честь. В течение последних 2 дней у нас действительно было продуктивное взаимодействие. Мы углубились в достижения и проблемы, с которыми мы столкнулись в ходе реализации Венской программы действий. Мы вместе изучили появившиеся возможности и выдвинули важные рекомендации в отношении преобразующейся программы действий развивающихся стран, не имеющих выхода к морю, в предстоящее десятилетие. Важно отметить, что мы учились друг у друга, обмениваясь опытом в ходе различных тематических сессий совещаний. Мы только что приняли перспективный итоговый документ. Результат отражает наши надежды и чаяния в отношении того, что необходимо для преобразования наших экономик и обеспечения необходимой устойчивости. Этот результат является нашим вкладом в итоговый документ третьей конференции Организации Объединенных Наций по развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю. Я хотел бы отметить и признать ценный вклад стран транзита, партнеров по развитию, агентства ООН и других международных и региональных организаций, присутствующих здесь. Укрепление нашего партнерства имеет основополагающее значение для достижения успешных результатов в Кигали. Нам действительно необходимо объединить усилия, чтобы ни одна развивающая страна, не имеющая выхода к морю, не осталась без внимания. Поскольку мы стремимся к будущему, которое будет инклюзивным, устойчивым и процветающим для нас. Ваше превосходительство. Дорога в сторону Кигали находится рядом. Сегодня, во второй половине дня, мы услышали из презентации о предстоящих шагах. Мы должны оставаться непоколебимыми в нашем участии на протяжении всего процесса, ведущего в Кигали. Я призываю все развивающиеся страны, не имеющие выхода к морю, в полной мере участвовать в этом процессе и сплотиться вокруг председателя группы развивающихся стран, не имеющих выхода к морю. Я хотел бы воспользоваться этой возможностью, чтобы заверить председателя группы развивающихся стран, не имеющих выхода к морю, и назначенных бюро третьей конференции ООН по развивающимся странам, не имеющим выхода к морю, в неизменной поддержке моей делегации. Мы рассчитываем на дальнейшее активное участие и поддержку всех заинтересованных на протяжении всего процесса. Ваше превосходительство, уважаемые делегаты, леди и джентльмены, позвольте мне завершить свое выступление выражением искренней признательности секретариату за его неизменную поддержку и за прекрасную подготовку к заседанию, а также за основную поддержку. Я хотел бы также поблагодарить всех вас за всестороннее участие и вклад в работу этого заседания. Я желаю тем, кто путешествует, благополучно возвращения к местам службы и в свои столицы. Благодарю вас за внимание. Спасибо.
Thank you, Excellency, for your closing remarks. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. Rabab Fatima, Under Secretary General and High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, to give her closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivia. His Excellency Mr. Daniar Amangeldiev, Minister of Economy and Commerce of Kyrgyzstan and Chair of the review meeting, distinguished Vice Chairs, Excellencies, and my dear friends and colleagues. At the outset, I would like to express my deep appreciation to you, Mr. Chairman, and the distinguished members of your Bureau for delivering such a successful meeting. I congratulate you all for present here on the adoption of an ambitious and forward-looking document by consensus. This consensus document, adoption of this document represents your deep commitment and support to the LLDCs, and I would like to again congratulate you and thank you. I also wish to thank ESCAP and ECE for supporting the organization of this meeting with us. I also thank our fellow UN organizations and representatives of the international regional organizations for their valuable contribution. To all present, especially representatives of the LLDCs, transit neighbors, and development partners, I thank you for sharing your valuable insights on the implementation of the BPOA and for your important recommendations for the next program of action. Your support and partnership remain indispensable as we work together to tackle the range of challenges faced by the LLDCs in the region and beyond. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the last 2 days have been intense but remarkably productive. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the moderators of the different sessions for their excellent stewardship of the discussions. And I would like to also thank the panelists for their valuable contribution. We have just adopted the outcome document of the meeting by consensus, which captures the key priorities and recommendations from our discussions. Allow me now to highlight 6 key takeaways from our discussions and the outcome document of this review meeting. First, it was clear that the progress achieved in the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action has been mixed. We have seen encouraging progress in building and upgrading transport, energy, and ICT infrastructure in many LLDCs. We have heard about the progress being made on the Asian Highway Network, Trans-Asian Railway Network, Euro-Asian transport links, and expansion and upgradation of airports. There are also some other promising projects underway on dry ports. It is important for the LLDCs and transit countries in the region to continue to actively pursue enhanced partnerships for the development of multimodal transport corridors with the development partners and other stakeholders. We also heard about specific projects undertaken to develop renewable energy infrastructure. Further, we learned about progress in internet use, which is crucial for developing the e-commerce capacities of the LLDCs. However, LLDCs still lag behind compared to their coastal neighbors on infrastructure development. Further efforts to improve LLDC's connectivity within the region are therefore vital. It is also important to increase investment in soft infrastructure to accelerate trade facilitation, logistics, and supply chains to help the LLDCs better integrate into global and regional value chains and to harness their full trade potential. Second, the meeting also identified areas where LLDCs encountered challenges implementing the Vienna Programme of Action relating to structural economic transformation and export diversification. In both areas, LLDCs remain far below their potential. Most LLDCs rely on a limited range of low value-added goods and primary commodities for export earnings. Primary commodities account for nearly 83% of merchandise exports, while manufacturing value-added as a share of GDP is only 11%. Challenges that exacerbate these issues include a shortage of financial and human resources, limited capacity for developing bankable projects, conflict and fragility in some LLDCs and transit countries, low implementation rate of the trade facilitation measures, and lack of awareness about the legal instruments that support improvement of transit. It is important to focus on long-term solutions to these persistent challenges and identify concrete targets, commitments, and deliverables for the next program of action with a view to overcoming those. Third, the topography and geographical constraints that LLDCs face continue to reduce their competitiveness and impede the development prospects. The latest World Bank data shows that the average cargo dwell time for LLDCs in 2022 was on average 12 days, while it was 7 days for the transit countries. Furthermore, only 8% of the roads in the LLDCs that are participants in the Asian Highway Network, for instance, are classified as primary or class 1 as compared to 35% for the entire network. In a recent report by my office, UNOHRLLS, it is estimated that if LLDCs were not landlocked, their exports and human development would have increased by 18% and 19% respectively. LLDCs need seamless access to seaports by all means of transportation, including within the framework of the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement and UNCLOS with advanced and resilient infrastructure and harmonized transit and trade facilitation. Integration at regional and sub-regional levels, especially through South-South and triangular cooperation, is critically important. Fourth, another key highlight of the discussions was the challenges that LLDCs face due to climate change. LLDCs are disproportionately impacted by drought, desertification, the melting of glaciers, and land degradation. These effects have been magnified by both the pandemic and geopolitical tensions. To address the challenges faced by LLDCs and carry forward the unfinished agenda of the Vienna Programme of Action and recover ground on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, it is crucial to adopt effective strategies to build resilience against current and future climate-driven shocks. To this end, climate risk analysis must become a fundamental part of infrastructure development as well as maintenance policies, programs, and plans. And while LLDCs still have much work to do, they cannot tackle these challenges alone. The unique climate-related challenges confronting the LLDCs must be better integrated, as I had said in my opening, in the global climate agreements and discourses. Solidarity and partnership with the international community will determine LLDC's ability to overcome the climate crisis and chart a brighter future. In this regard, it is urgent to realize the climate finance commitment of $100 billion and secure 50-50 balance between adaptation and mitigation, and to operationalize the loss and damage fund. Fifth, the LLDCs have enormous potential to leverage the power of science, technology, and innovation to overcome their geographical constraints. Investment in digital connectivity will greatly support LLDCs in the areas of trade, investment, productivity, health, and education. This will also bolster the economy and sustainable development, and we have heard a great deal of that discussion in the different panels that we have had. E-commerce is one of the main drivers of growth and transformation in the world today. The digitalization of economic activities could facilitate LLDC's participation in international trade, especially by helping to overcome traditional trade barriers and to move more commerce online. The landlocked developing countries need support to build digital ecosystems through seamless energy and internet connectivity, appropriate policy and regulatory regimes, and skilled workforces to drive the digital economy. I would like to note as well how the application of emerging technologies such as ICT in customs, goods transport tracking systems, and electronic payment systems enhance development prospects and mitigate geographical constraints. Excellencies, finally, reinvigorated partnerships at all levels will be critical to transforming the economies of the LLDCs and transforming the lives of everyone living here. And it was really, really heartening to see the very robust presence and participation of the development partners here, as well as of the UN agencies and other international and regional organizations in this meeting. UNCTAD's World Investment Report 2023 shows that FDI to LLDCs rose by 6%, but still stands at $20 billion in 2022, which is only around 1.5% of the total flow of global FDI. ODA to LLDCs decreased by 15% in 2021, and shares in global merchandise exports stand at 1%. Aid for trade support has also decreased. It is now below the 2015 level. Many LLDCs are also suffering from growing debt burdens, limited fiscal space, and increasing cost of borrowing. Comprehensive measures need to be adopted to address all of these issues. To rescue the SDGs, the Secretary General of the United Nations has called for an SDG stimulus package to the tune of at least $500 billion per year, and this needs to be materialized. Stronger support from the development partners, IFIs, MDBs, and RDBs will be critically important for the LLDCs. It will also be essential to more deeply engage with the private sector, especially in the areas of infrastructure development, energy transition, structural transformation, and risk management. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as we all know, this meeting is the last of the 3 regional reviews which are being held as part of the preparatory process for the third UN Conference on LLDCs to be held next year in Kigali. And as you heard from the previous panel, preparations are going on full swing, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate the government of Rwanda for offering in the first place to host this conference, and we are all very, very excited to be in Rwanda next year. This will be the first time that the meeting will be taking place in a landlocked country in Africa, where a large majority of the LLDCs are also in Africa. So I hope, it will be indeed a transformational conference. These meetings, these regional review meetings, have been critically important to build momentum towards generating ambitious outcomes during the conference. The outcome document adopted today will provide important guidance and inputs for the next program of action for the LLDCs. And as we move forward with the comprehensive preparatory process, you saw the outline of that, and I believe that has also been circulated to all of you. We count on your continued support and collaboration to make the conference a momentous and transformative one. As the Secretary General of the conference, I shall invest all my energy, resources, and efforts to support your endeavors. I wish to make an early call to all of you to ensure the highest level participation in the LLDC's conference. It is important, as I said, first time taking place in Africa. We also have to show solidarity for a majority of the LLDCs which are there. So I hope there'll be highest level participation to the conference. The Secretary General will be sending out the invitation, hopefully later this year in the coming weeks. Let me conclude by conveying a special thanks to our interpreters and technicians for their patience and tireless support. It has been wonderful. I mean, it was a hitchless meeting from the technology part of the view. So thank you very much. Last but not the least, I wish to thank my team at OHR LLS and colleagues at ESCAP and ECE for your dedication, commitment, and the hard work you've all put in to ensure the success of this meeting. I thank you all once again for your support and contribution, and I wish you all a safe journey back home, and I hope to see you all in Kigali next June. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your closing remarks. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Hirohito Toda, Principal Officer of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and colleagues, on behalf of the Economic Commission for Europe and the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, I would like to thank you for your contributions to this regional review. The challenges faced by landlocked developing countries cannot be addressed by this group of countries alone. They can only be addressed in tandem with their development partners, especially their transit developing countries. Almost every country has people living in provinces or states located in the interior. In those areas, extreme temperature, irregular rainfall, and poor soil quality often affect agricultural productivity. Only selected industrial sectors, based on their limited comparative advantages, may be viable. Cost and availability of transport may restrict access to education and health services. The lives of people in these areas may be more difficult, and possibilities for sustainable development more limited. We can, therefore, all relate to the challenges faced by the people in landlocked developing countries. National development has stressed the importance of seamless transit and infrastructure to develop the private sector and to develop public services in each country. Similar measures are likewise needed at regional levels to improve the lives of people in these countries. By recalling what we have done to address these issues at the national level, we also know what can be done regionally and globally. Development partners, in particular the transit developing countries, hold the key to addressing these challenges. Your deliberations will form our regional input to the global preparations leading to the third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries next year. I hope our partnership for the sustainable development of these countries figures prominently in the next program of action. We stand ready to work with all partners to support this process. Excellencies, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each one of you for your contributions to our deliberations over the past 2 days, the Bureau for ably conducting this regional review, and the High Representative for bringing regional perspectives to the global agenda. I trust your deliberations will pave the way for tangible collaboration to address the special needs of landlocked developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you also for your closing remarks, Mr. Toda. I too would like to thank all participants for their participation and engagement in this meeting, as well as their commitment and support to the group of landlocked developing countries. The meeting is officially adjourned, but before everyone leaves, I'd like to ask everyone to maybe come to the podium here where we can have a group photo taken. The photographer will be going up there. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the safe travels home. So I think in front of this one, have a group photo. We should have done it on day one. So yeah, suggestion, let's do it now. Yeah, let's do it. Yes, please.
So we can have a few people at the back behind the chairs, just one line. If you're taller. Tall.
Yes. You have the train to the border. Oh. Horse.
Yes. Looking forward to seeing everyone in Kigali.
Also for the outcome.
Oh yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes,